Welcome to America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage on the final day of the meet here at Belmont Park before we head to upstate New York at Saratoga, opening day next Thursday. And close out with a bang. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori with you on the final card of this Belmont meet. Looking forward, obviously, to all that lies ahead this summer, but looking forward to closing out this meet strong as well.
Yeah, excited about Saratoga, but this Belmont meet really went by quick, but it was nice to have the feeling of excitement, enthusiasm, Belmont Stakes Day, having basically everything back to normal again. It's been a great meet.
And it's been a great meet for a woman who's just sitting in the boxes to our outside there to the left. Linda Rice going to wrap up this training title. Fourth meet in a row she will have wrapped up on the NYRA circuit. Just an incredible meet for Linda Rice. Meanwhile, the jockey's title still within striking distance for Rad Ortiz Jr. He's going to need to have a huge day, though, to catch his brother. We're going to see both these guys in the opener. Jose Ortiz, though, leading the way right now with 59 victories, 4 up on a Rad. And there is Jose, feeling good about things right now. He's on a horse who's a slight second choice at 8-5 right now, but these guys have had terrific meets, and we fully expect to see them do battle at Saratoga.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they've got all the business. They're riding extremely well. Their enthusiasm never wanes. I mean, you just see how intense they consistently are. I like Jose here a little bit over Irad. They're your two favorites.
Post time coming up shortly. Pick 5 begins here. Let's head downstairs and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And guys, I do like Jose a touch more than his brother Arad here, as Arad is aboard Nikki Jolene, and Nikki Jolene is fine. I'm not against her by any means, but I just thought that there was a move forward when it came to the outside runner number 8 in here, Grab the Glory. You know, typically Linda Rice's firsters and the babies, they just benefit greatly from a race. A, and mostly from a fitness perspective, but B, from a mental perspective as well, and that this filly's far sharper second time out. You know, she broke alertly in that debut, but then kind of allowed the field to kind of get in front of her a bit, and she still ran on and was only, you know, within striking distance of Nikki Jolene, who just finished half a length ahead of her. So I liked her in the paddock first time out. I liked her as an individual, but I think that race under her belt moves her forward a great deal. Moving on to some first-time starters, taking a look at number 5, Find Your Joy. I wish she had a better turf influence on the bottom. Central Banker really isn't a good turf influence. The Dam, though, she banked over $240,000 on the turf, winning 5 times on it. She did not want to go with the pony. That's why we see Javier Castellano just by himself warming her up, which she responded favorably to. She's a big filly. There's a lot of her, which I appreciate, but I do think that the 5/8 is going to be a little bit sharp for her. Look for her to be picking up pieces late, and 2, just to get this race under her belt to make her that much more fit. She's a little bit soft around the edges, where we see number 7, Miss Omaha, daughter of Omaha Beach. He's going with 3 of his 6 first-time starters in his first crop so far here early in the season, and he makes a beautifully put together animal. All of the Omaha Beaches that I've seen, they're incredibly athletic looking, and Miss Omaha is just the same. Really well developed behind the saddle, looks fit enough here. I think she could show a little bit of early foot, just the way that she's built. So whereas you have one first-time starter probably going to be picking up the pieces, I look to her to be up in the early mix, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. It's going to be fun to watch this opening race and see these two brothers do battle again. We'll take a look at what they have lined up for the entire afternoon. They're going to be busy guys here. And, you know, not just the battle they have going on. And Jose obviously started to pull away a little bit here. It's going to be tough for Rad. He's going to have a huge day today to catch him. But in this first race, they're 2 mounts. It's a rematch for these two fillies as well. They face each other first time out. A Rad on Nikki Jolene, who finished just ahead of Grab the Glory on the outside. Will be Jose's mount, but Grab the Glory had a little bit of traffic trouble in that race.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a lot separating the two of them. Nikki Jolene was late changing her leads and kind of found a better stride a little bit late, where Grab the Glory did lose valuable position going into the turn, but then rallied nicely, and I think she got a lot of education out of it as well.
Post time coming up. Pick 5 begins here. There's Jose looking for number 60 at the meet here in the opener. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick things off on this Sunday card from Belmont.
And they're off. Slow beginnings for Wise Conversation, the 2, and number 6, Play Freebird. A good start for Nikki Jolene, who's got the early lead. Then it's Lantura and a Grab the Glory right together, second and third. A break of 3 back to Find Your Joy in fourth. Play Freebird has advanced now up into fifth. And then it's Wise Conversation, and farther back is Miss Omaha. It's Nikki Jolene and Lantura, and the two of them are right together with Grab the Glory racing in third. Play Freebird continues to move up on the outside. Find Your Joy is down towards the rail. The quarter one in 22 and 2 as they come into the stretch. It is Nikki Jolene with the lead over Lantura. Play Freebird on the far outside. Grab the Glory is there, but it is Nikki Jolene now with a 2.5 length lead. Now by 3, now by 4, and it's going to be Nikki Jolene to break her maiden on a Sunday in New York under Erod Ortiz Jr. Lantura was second, Photo for third.
This jockey title not over and done yet, says Erod Ortiz Jr. He gets within 3, number 56 of the meet for him, and he was aggressive early, and it paid off with Nikki Jolene.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she broke sharp on debut, broke even sharper today, and he went right to the lead, and really no excuses for anybody. I mean, she just really ran, finished the deal, and Erod is not going to just give up this title without a fight. And unfortunately, Jose had several scratches today where Erod, the majority of his mounts remained in, and he's live. This is going to go down to the wire.
Makes it even more fun. 2-1, slight upset here. Nikki Jolene again facing this filly Grab the Glory. And this time much better than everybody in this group. Second time out for the Rob Falcone barn. Salamini filly breaking her maiden here, second time out.
And she's got that, kind of blonde highlights, right? She's got that flaxen mane and tail, and she looked very good. She was good on debut, but she took a big step forward from a mental aspect, switched leads much more on cue at the right time, really leveled off. And filly with a very serious demeanor, too.
Mind on running today from the outset. 3-1A. How about an 18-1 shot underneath? And then 8-6. So 3-1A, 8-6, 2-1 over 18-1, over even money over 10-1 here in the opener. Final card of the meet as the brothers exchange some words there. What do you think they're saying to each other? I'm closing in, Erod says.
Yeah, and Jose's going, well, you still got to go where I've been already.
Yes, he does. But he's coming. Proved it right from the outset. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday card. And we have some really fun races here. I thought this pick 5, as you get later into the card, we're going to see a very talented 3-year-old filly make her return for John Terranova in that pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, listen, we're ending this meet strong. We've got a good card for you today, and I love that we've really amped up with the 2-year-old races, too.
Yeah, no question. That's always a huge part of Saratoga. You're My Girl, that filly I'm talking about, who was runner-up with the Frazette to Chocolate Gelato. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 2 through 9 still to come. Fast and firm conditions here in Belmont. We'll have Canterbury races 1 through 5 as well. They are fast and firm in Shakopee, Minnesota. You can, of course, play all the action by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the sign-up offer for new members. $200 deposit match. With that code right there, bonus 200. Once again, right there at NairaBets.com. So Nikki Jolene kicks things off for the Falcone barn with Erod Ortiz Jr. And right around the corner, Thursday, July 13th, fans are going to be storming the gates in upstate New York, trying to get those picnic tables, those prime seats on the lawn at Saratoga.
It's just fun for all of us that participate in this game, whether it be covering for TV or riding or training, that you play to a packed house every day up there, and the enthusiasm is just infectious and electric. It's just, as soon as you walk in, you know it's special.
Town, they say, what, triples in size during the meet?
Pretty incredible. But Saratoga's become a year-round destination, but obviously no more so than summertime.
Well, some of the big days we're going to have on Big Fox, but this is a look at our opening week TV schedule. So Thursday is when we kick things off the meet next week. FS2 from 12:30 to 6:30. 1 to 6:30 FS2 coverage on Friday, and then Saturday 1 to 7 on FS1 and FS2. Same deal Sunday. Check your local listings, but we're going to be with you all summer long. Hope to see you out at the track. If you're out there, come say hi. But if not, catch us on Fox.
The next best thing.
Absolutely. But we do love to see everyone out there. That's for us certainly makes that's a big part of the fun for us to see everybody who watches the program.
No, it really is. And honestly, I want to thank everybody out there that does watch us, and how kind and generous people have been with their praise of the shows and us. And just met a young man outside. I'm actually going to run and get him goggles after the 4th race when I get my break. It's about getting an opportunity to engage with everybody.
I've been asking you for goggles for like 3 years.
I'll give you children goggles.
Okay. Can William get some maybe?
Oh, no doubt. He can have anything he wants from me.
Opener in the books. It's Arad Ortiz Jr. chipping away at that lead of his brother for this riding title. Now within 3 after taking the opener here with Rob Falcone, John Grosses Racing Corp, and Falcone owns a piece of this filly as well.
Yeah, ran well on debut, took another step forward, and I like the way she leveled off and really finished the deal today. Very professional how she got to her right lead and kicked on. That Grab the Glory kind of ran a little bit in spots. I wonder if this filly eventually won't be a little better with blinkers on.
Well, let's head downstairs. Maggie with the man who just won the opener.
Yeah, tightening it up a little bit on his brother here is Nikki Jolene, much the best. Ira, taking no prisoners. She showed some great speed today.
Yeah, first time out, she did. She braked good too and run great. Today was second time, a little more professional. Braked so good. I go from there and she put me without using on the lead, so I let her do her thing, these babies, and she got the job done. Robbie, Mr. Falcon do a great job, and she was very straightforward.
She was running straight as an arrow through the stretch, but we've been, having fun following your brother and you. I want to ask you, going back to when you were growing up, were you this competitive?
Yeah, we are very competitive, but this profession is really hard, so I'm happy for him. We've been working hard. I mean, everybody does. But he worked hard. He deserves everything what is happening today. He have a great day yesterday. I win 2, he win 4. So, I mean, he's right there. He's hot right now. We try to do our best. I try to do my job. He try to do his job. And in the end of the day, we want to come back safe like everyone else.
Now, you're the older one, obviously, but when you went to the jockey school, did you kind of push him away from it, or did you encourage him to participate as well?
To be honest, when we was a very young age, we both want to be a jockey, to be honest. That's the truth, and he follow. I get in first, then he get the second year, and just try to do the best for him, tip whatever I can tell him to get better, and today I don't have to tell him nothing. Sometimes he told me things, I told him some things to get better, and that's the way we are.
It feels like yesterday you were having that breakout year in Saratoga with Questy and Karen McLaughlin, and he was riding some winners at Parks. It's a long time ago now, but congratulations, Arad. It's so much fun to watch you guys.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
All right, Arad Ortiz aboard Nikki Jolene today. At least he's got a 3-win gap to close into now. He said, we can do it, Greg.
Never count that man out, especially with that kind of start. 4-time Eclipse Award winner. It's amazing, too. He's only 30 years old, and all the success he's already attained. Just incredible.
Truly incredible. I mean, what a resume both of these brothers have created, and they got a lot of time to create even more. Listen, it's still a tall order, right? He has to win 3 to tie, and his brother has to get shut out the rest of the day, or 4 to win it outright, and his brother has to get shut out the rest of the day. This is not an easy gap to close, but mathematically, he's still in the race.
And just knowing what he's capable of,
he wins
well
in
within
bunches.
his realm.
Yeah,
especially when you look at the
absolutely.
mounts he has coming up as well.
Yeah, he's live pretty much all day.
Yeah.
And when you start off winning, I think it kind of sets the tone for the day, right? You've already gotten off to the good start. Your confidence level soars a little bit. You feel like, hey, I'm still in this. I got a chance.
What about if he adds another one early?
Yeah.
Does Jose start? Is a doubt start creeping in there, and you tighten up a little maybe?
Well, I think both brothers are got their head on pretty straight about all that, and I don't think he'll get tight. But it's interesting how the momentum swing goes, right? Even though he'll still be behind, if Irad gets the next win is within 2, all of a sudden it's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah. We'll get into the pick 4 here in just a moment. Going to be on the main track, 6-furlong sprint coming up in this $14,000 condition claiming race. Fillies, mares 3 and up who have never won 3 or who are 3-year-old fillies in this group. And in fact, the only 3-year-old filly was a scratch anyway. It was a 2-time winner, that one out. Wide open board. Just about everyone being given a chance right now. Liberty Flame, current favorite for the Jamie Bake barn.
Yeah, dropping a bit in class off a well-beaten third last time. Horse has speed. Now you get Omar Hernandez Moreno, who you're going to get a 7-pound break in the weights. Instead of carrying 124, she's going to carry 117. And this is the right kind of horse for an apprentice that gets that weight allowance because she's going to have speed, and it'll help her carry her speed just a bit further.
Yeah, speed going longer and then shortening up, but it's actually showing sprint speed as well. So this filly can be forward in this spot. We'll have the post parade coming up. Paddock report for race 2. When we come back, just getting started on the final Sunday, final day of the meets here at Belmont before we head to Saratoga. Everyone excited? What is going to be a tremendous summer coming up. We'll have all the action for you. We have a clock, countdown till those gates open.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage program brought to you where you could play it all at Naira Bets. I love that view, that historic grandstand. And it's Saratoga and the traditional opening day feature. 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 3 Schuylerville. We have that on the menu for our opening day festivities. That'll be race 9 on the card next Thursday. And Todd Pletcher bringing Wine on Tap to the party. And Steve Asmussen, we expect these two barns to unleash a lot of talented 2-year-olds. And it starts here in the Schuylerville. Closing act for Steve Asmussen comes in with back-to-back wins, 2 for 2 undefeated, including a win in the Astoria at Belmont.
Yeah, and listen, very, very professional. You like to see horses that do things properly, and she is 2 for 2, and that's always going to attract a lot of attention.
Union Suit, who was behind her in that race as well, was the runner-up, will return for Graham Motion. Here's a look at it. This was back on June 11th, and closing act took a little bit of a move forward, but likely is going to need to improve even off this with some of the others she's going to have to deal with in the Schuylerville.
No, I absolutely agree. The thing that you've got to like about closing act, though, is she's won from just off the pace, a little further back on debut, going 4.5 furlongs, and then laid in a stalking position, going 5.5 furlongs here. I like that professionalism. And then look through the last 16th of a mile. Her ears are up. She really wasn't doing any running whatsoever the last 16th of a mile because she had the race won, and particularly 2-year-olds who are used to training with company. Once they get clear, well, my job's over, they're going to win with something left. So even though it wasn't the fastest figure, you got to feel like there's a step forward there.
Meanwhile, Butch Reed, we know he brings talented runners to New York. Yeah. He's won some big, big races over the last few years, and he's going to bring Carmelina in off a debut win at Parks when she was much the best.
She was much the best, too. And, it puts separation like this going 4.5 furlongs. You have less time to do it in, and she was able to kind of run up the score. Carmelina's fast. She gets the inside draw. I think you said it just right, Greg. Butch Reed does not send horses to New York unless he really believes they're legit and they belong. He's not a guy who's looking to travel just for the sake of travel.
Sent off the favorite, ran like it, and, yeah, ultra impressive to win by that kind of margin. You only get 4.5 furlongs to do it. Impressive. She'll have the rail. Jose Ortiz actually going to get that mount. Meanwhile, maybe the filly to beat, though, in this spot, this expensive Tappet filly for Don Pletcher. $600,000 purchase, Keeneland September yearling sale. Sent off an even money favorite in the debut, and she was a 3-length winner.
And I remember this race and watching her warm up and thinking, she's going to be better going further. And the fact that she was as quick on her feet, as leggy as she is, going 5 furlongs and put herself right in the game, I think it really bodes well for her going forward, particularly now she gets another 1/8 of a mile to kind of get her legs unraveled and use that stride. I thought this was very impressive for a filly to win going 5 furlongs. That looks like she wants every bit of a mile and more.
Yeah, well, she's going to get an extra furlong at least, Maggie, in the Schuylerville. But, yeah, ultimately 2 turns might be what she's best at. But she showed a lot of talent first time out.
And that's what made her even more impressive, Greg. As you said, bred to want longer, looks like she wants longer, but she was so quick out of the gate. I remember Rod Ortiz Jr. coming back and saying that she surprised him at how alertly she broke, how quickly she found her stride, because usually those kind of long, scopy fillies, they'll take a while to get their feet underneath of them, at least a couple strides, and boom, she was right there. And I remember him also saying, it just feels like she has gears to work through, and I love to hear that about a young filly. She was so professional. She came back to the winner's circle too, as if nothing had really happened, as if she'd just gone for a workout. Sometimes you see those debut winners and they're kind of bugging out. Nope, she was just like, yep, did my job, let's go home, let's have some dinner. So I really like Wine on Tap heading into the Schuylerville, but we get some nice flair from many horses coming in from different places. As you guys mentioned, Carmelina in here, Dancing Diane for Chucky Lawrence, who's had some Saratoga success, winning his first Grade 1 up there in the Sword Dancer. But Dancing Diana, she's quick, and I know Carmelina is the other fastest horse in here, but there's something to be said about speed from that outside post position. And I know she only faced 3 other rivals in that Delaware debut, but I think there's a move forward with this Bolt Dwaro filly, who we saw so much success from his first crop, and I think he might have another nice one too.
Interesting first major stake of the meet for these 2-year-old fillies. I know Marcassi very high on Sugar Treat. She's got that outside post. She overcame a lot in that debut on synthetic. She's actually been training even better on dirt, but that was a race that she was ready to roll, and it came up on synthetic, so they said, let's try it, and she won.
And Mark's a great, fan of synthetic surfaces. He thinks horses stay sounder training on it, breezing on it, so it was a nice place to get her started. And I like when you see these young horses are already showing the capability to win from off the pace. A lot of horses are fast, but at some stage of their career, and it could be in the Schuylerville, they're going to hook other fast horses that are going to compromise each other. So to have the option of being able to get a young horse to settle and finish just helps a rider's case so much.
Look forward to it. That's race 9 on the opening day card on Thursday. We will have meet-long coverage. You won't miss a race all summer long with us on Fox Sports as we take a look at our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedules on Big Fox Coaching Club American Oaks. First one coming up on July 22nd. That Travers Prep and the Jim Dandy Whitney Day, 4-Star Dave Day. I know you have such a close affiliation with the great 4-Star Dave, including the best ever ride of his life into Ciro's.
Oh yeah, listen, he was a ham. He would have actually gone he would have gone downtown and attracted a crowd.
Pick 4 is coming up. $14,000 condition claiming sprint, and there's the current favorite post parade when we come back.
They're off, and the breeders' cup
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Belmont Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Thanks for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 2 kicks off our pick 4 on our final card of this Belmont Spring-Summer meet. And all 5 remaining in this race being given a pretty strong look. Even Simple Sugar here from the inside. And Jackie Davis aboard 6-1.
Yeah, another one also taking a drop in class. She's been competitive for 25 non-winners, 3 in a life, and now she drops to 14 inside position.
Slowly making her way onto the track. Here's Liberty Flame, 8-5 favorite for Jamie Bigg.
Yeah, has speed, turns her back in distance. You get the apprentice, so you're getting 7-pound break in the weights, and another one taking the required drop in class to be competitive.
Swedish Sugar, off since early April. Lolita Shivmangle trains, beat just a half length at Aqueduct sprinting 6 furlongs last time out.
Yeah, but, you know, filly that's already made 4 starts this year, and now she got a freshening, and I like her work tab coming in here. She'd like to see them kind of heat up on the front end, wouldn't she, Greg?
She doesn't have to be that far out of it either. La Luisa, Jeffrey Engelhardt trains, 2-time winner from 13 tries.
Yeah, hard trying. Got up to win by a nose last time, going 5.5. Gets another 16th of a mile to work with here.
Justin Nyquist. Turf to dirt, actually going to cut back in distance from the lawn last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this filly's dirt sprints are good, and I just think she winds up in a logical spot here. The last 2 races on the turf, particularly the last race where the rider lost the irons, took forever to kind of get himself back together. The race was essentially over, but the dirt sprints for Justin Nyquist point this filly out to me.
3 minutes to post here in the start of this Pick 4 coming up. Pick 4 pool, 82,000 and growing. 20% deposit bonus for Naira Bets members. Bet $150. On Belmont, deposit that amount as well, and you get that bonus in your account. Got to opt in at nairabets.com. So there's a look at Simple Sugar. Shortening up in distance here, second off a short layoff, but we're going to go to the 5. Let's look at Justin Nyquist back on, this was March 26th in a victory, going 6.5 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and she just, to me, is getting back to doing what she wants to do successfully, and that's, you know, sprint on the dirt. I like the fact that she battled back here. It looked like she was beaten. This outside horse ran by her, and then she kind of reasserted herself and really rallied hard down towards the inside to get it done. It's just a very logical spot for Justin Nyquist.
8-5 right now. She's the favorite on the board. For Sharp Barn, though, having a tough meet at Belmont.
Yeah, but Oscar Barrera's had a good year this year. I mean, he had a really good Aqueduct, and when you don't have, you know, infinite amount of horses, it's just hard to keep that cycle going, but I think he's got a horse that's well placed here.
Let's go to Maggie for more on Justin Nyquist.
Yeah, that's a tough thing, right, guys, is that Justin Nyquist, she posted that victory when the Barrera barn was going very, very well at Aqueduct. Sorry, it feels like the bugs are biting out here. It's about to rain soon. But I picked her in here. She's got that favorable outside pose. She can be in that stalking position. She looks good overall. You know, last time, throw out that turf race. Jock lost the irons at the start and was just never really in contention. Then she just couldn't keep up, going the 6 on the main, on the turf course. I wish she was maybe just striding underneath of herself a little bit better from behind, but otherwise, with this crew, she does fit nicely. Do you want to talk about number 1, Simple Sugar? She's kind of second off that bit of a layoff, and she's turning back in distance where it's where she last saw a victory in that non-2 for 25. And I think she looks a whole heck of a lot fitter than what she did back on June 4th. She's really tightened up for that run here. I think she'll run better than that comeback effort here last month. Number 3, Sweet as Sugar. She's going to have to come in off of the layoff, as she's currently at 4-1. You know, she's just never gone on. She's just still such a tiny, petite filly and has never really filled out. And Lolita Schimmingle does a great job for really putting weight and conditioning on her horses, and I'm just not seeing that with Sweet as Sugar. But at the end of the day, at least she looks fit with that gap in the races. But we have dueling 8-5 shots here, Greg, and I certainly don't have any problems with the likely one to catch in number 2, Liberty Flame.
Yeah, has speed. We'll see if going longer and cutting back dulls any of that speed.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a fair point, but they're actually, for the level, fairly strong paces going the mile the last 2 times.
Not sure what we're looking at here. Sweet as Sugar, this is the 3 from April 6th and getting beat a half length last time.
So she's rallying up along the inside here, and now she's going to alter course to the outside. And look, to me, once she got clear of the kickback, she found a different gear, didn't she? She kind of settled, dropped her head, and really finished. In a small field like this, she should be able to work out a trip where she gets clear, because I do think she runs better when she gets clear. It shouldn't be that difficult in a 5-horse field.
Yeah, beaten favorite on that occasion. She has been in the money in 7 of her 10 career starts. Jason West, we were saying his name quite a bit, you know, a lot earlier on in the meet. Obviously, a lot of the big names now have come back, so it's tougher for these young riders to get these opportunities. But a rider that you felt had a lot of potential?
Absolutely. Very strong, physically gifted rider. And then the thing that a young rider needs is experience. You just have to do it. You've got to put the miles in, right, where you start to see a race different. You ride your first race, it's just a blur. You know, a lot of yelling, dirt flying, what happened? Ride 10, still kind of feeling it out. Ride 100, now you start to see it. Ride 1,000, ride 10,000, all of a sudden it's slow motion. You're looking down the racetrack and you know that the horse on the inside stumbled, the other speed got left. Your peripheral vision becomes broader and it just slows down. You can see things so much clearer.
Well, it's like with anything, you just log those hours and it just becomes more familiar to you. And this young man got a late start as a rider, but saw that he needed to make a change. He wanted to provide for his family, and it really has paid off for him.
Absolutely. Tough time of year for a young rider. That room is filled with, if not current Hall of Famers, certainly future Hall of Famers.
I'm going to help you get better faster, too.
Well, you're going to learn when you ride with the best.
Here's the 5 stepping in, Justin Nyquist. We are set for race 2 in the pick 4. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Going out for the lead is a Liberty Flame, and on the outside is a La Luisa. Liberty Flame has the lead. La Luisa is racing in second. And then it's Justin Nyquist, along with Sweet as Sugar, and Simple Sugar is the trailer in fifth. Liberty Flame leads here by a full length, with La Luisa in pursuit in second through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And then it's a break of 2. Back to Justin Nyquist, another 2.5 to the 2 trailers, Simple Sugar and Sweet as Sugar. Liberty Flame leads the field to the top of the stretch. In front here by 2. La Louisa in second. Then Just the Nyquist as they come off the turn and head into the stretch. And it is Liberty Flame who's in front, opening up here by 4 lengths. Just the Nyquist moving up on the outside into second. It's Liberty Flame with the lead, and Just the Nyquist racing in second. Liberty Flame leads by 3. Just the Nyquist in second. Simple Sugar down at the rail. Liberty Flame looking to go wire to wire, and she has done it. Liberty Flame over Just the Nyquist and Simple Sugar.
Liberty Flame, Omar Hernandez Moreno, and the 3rd win of this 4-year-old filly's career.
And particularly turning back from those mile distances when she was able to make the lead going 6 furlongs here, Greg, you knew that her stamina was going to be enhanced coming up those longer races, and she just kept finding. Nice to see Omar Hernandez Moreno in the winner's circle, a kid that works very hard, tries hard. Non-threatening rally from the 5, Just an Nyquist. She was wide throughout, but never looked like she was really traveling. Naz Alvarado was on her the whole way to try to keep her in the race. Just came up second best to Liberty Flame.
Last 2 times sprinting on a fast track, this filly's been a winner. So 3-2 here. Formful start to the pick 4. Wins for Jamie Begg, who owns part of this 4-year-old filly, daughter of Bellamy Road as well.
Yeah, always nice when you own a piece of the horse as well. And she ran well. She was well spotted. And Jamie Begg was a longtime assistant to Mark Cassey. You know, he learned good horsemanship there. Then it's about management, putting horses in spots where they can win. This filly was very well spotted.
2-5-1-4 finish. Top 2 choices on the board, 1-2. Here in the second at Belmont. All the prices for you when we come back. Going to stretch out and head to the turf when we come back. And a filly that early on, Chad Brown thought had a lot of promise in his barn. She comes in off a win. That was the end her 2-year-old campaign. Her 3-year-old debut is coming up. We'll be back with more after this.
It will be good night. To win it by a length and a half.
It is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the net win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage on the Sunday card here in Elmont, New York. Pick 4 underway with this 4-year-old filly. Liberty Flame, the shortening up in distance. And as we mentioned earlier, now the last 2 times sprinting, 6 furlongs on a fast track has been a winner.
You just love when you see a filly turning back in distance, have all that speed intact, and put themselves on the lead, because you know those mile races are going to help you get that last eighth of a mile. As a rider, I was always so confident when I made the lead with a horse on the turnback.
$5 for the win for Liberty Flame. Let's head down to Maggie.
Good. Here with winning trainer Jamie Beggar talking about, you know, you're Canadian. You got to have one up across the border too.
Yeah, I have one in later in a maiden special weight, so fingers crossed. We like him. He's a 3-year-old. He was actually running here during the winter, and then I think he took the synthetic a little better, so he's really stepped up since we moved him up there.
Oh, that's fun, exciting. So maybe a double today. You got things out of the way here with Liberty Flame, though. As were you concerned at all with the fact that she'd been going longer? Would it dull her speed turning back?
Yeah, I thought about it, but I don't know. She had always kind of, she would make the lead. Like the first time I stretched her out, she was almost too keen. And then she settled a little bit, but her main thing is, like, she has the ability to go that fast. She's not a big fan of the kickback or anything, so you kind of need the lead. And I just told Omar that if you, for whatever reason, someone goes crazy and wants to go, I said, just make sure you're out then. Just make sure she doesn't take any dirt, and that's kind of the main deal.
And what was the decision, obviously, with this? As a trainer, I think with a speed horse, opting for the apprentice and the weight allowance is such a key factor.
Yeah, that was a bit of it. He had won with her in the winter, you know what I mean? And so I kind of was like, I know that he used to work her and stuff, and so I know she's not exactly the easiest horse to deal with. And so I was just like, you know what, if we're going to do this cutback, we should win in this spot. And I was just like, let's get some, give him a shot, but also, someone that she's obviously gets along with well. So I kind of put them back together and see what happened. Stick
with what works, and you come out with a victory heading up to Saratoga, right?
Yep, yeah, we're leaving in a couple days, so.
Are you excited?
Oh yeah, always. I love it up there.
A little closer to home too, Canada.
Exactly.
Well, Jamie, massive congratulations. Nice way to send off the Belmont meet.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, Jamie Begg, trainer here of number 2 and co-owner of Liberty Flame. As he said, it's all about that copacetic relationship with horse and jockey, and Omar Hernandez Moreno certainly has that with her.
Nice to see, and as you mentioned, yeah, a man who was a big part of Mark Cassie's operation, including when they won a Belmont Stakes here a few years back.
Yeah, was there through some of the highlight years for Mark, winning classics and big stable. And, Mark is a trainer, too, that puts a lot of trust in his assistants, like his son Norman, who's now got on his own. Jamie's gone on his own. But I love the way he said, yeah, I got one in later in a maiden special. You could see his excitement, his enthusiasm, young trainer getting started, always nice to win a race. And I'm with him. We all like Saratoga.
Hard not to. Got a lot still ahead. Third race, we're going to be on the turf at a mile and a 16th here in this first allowance condition race coming up. Idea Generation went into the P.G. Johnson as a maiden for Chad Brown, Saratoga, last summer. Wound up breaking her maiden in her next start to end her 2-year-old campaign. This will be the 3-year-old comeback.
And I just think tactically she's got an advantage. I think she has more natural speed than anybody else in this race. Don't you think it feels like she's going to just gallop to the lead and set her own pace?
Looks that way. There's not much that look like they can go to. Maybe she's a Mia, but of late it's just showing zero speed.
Yeah, I mean, she has previous, but more recently you're not seeing any that real speed. And I do think that ability-wise there are 4 horses in here actually that are kind of interchangeable almost, but from a pace dynamic, the 2, Idea Generation, I do think is going to have a tactical advantage.
Got to deal with a stablemate, though, Chili Flag, the other one who's going to take a ton of attention, 2-1 right now, and that's where Arad Ortiz Jr. will try to, again, chip away at that lead of his younger brother. We're going to look back to yesterday, Belmont Derby, Ann Oaks. For the boys, it was Farbridge getting a ground-saving, clean trip, and it paid off in a big way with a Grade 1 victory. We'll take a look back when we return here on America's Day at the Races.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
The nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Bend, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Our program brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa as we go on to race 3 coming up on this final card of the meet. We'll get to this turf race ahead in a moment where Chad Brown looks like he has it about locked up with the top 2 choices on the board. We're going to look back to yesterday. 2 big Grade 1s on the program in that Turf Triple Series. And for the boys, Far Bridge obviously running a very big race, getting a clean trip, and a little lucky, too, that the Foxes did not get a great trip.
Yeah, Foxes missed the break and, kind of had to work to find position, and he finished extremely well, having to weave his way through traffic. But, Winner just got a perfect trip here. I mean, the way he angled out when he needed to, Far Bridge, he was easier to handle, a horse that at times shows a bit of a habit of wanting to lug in. But Jose worked out a great trip, angled out, finished strong, and the Foxes finished belatedly. Just the break really cost him any position.
Yeah. Got blocked a little bit for some running room as well, but this is a big effort. Take nothing away from Farbridge. Yes, did get a clean trip, but this horse is, you were just pointing out to me, I mean, he has done very little wrong in his career.
Very unlucky in the Pennine Ridge, but he was trying to lug in, and Joel Rosario was trying to find a way through. But I like the way Jose Ortiz was able to save ground and then really have control of his horse and angle out to the clear and get that unencumbered run. He really finished. Now, the key to that is having a horse that's going to go forward when you need them to, so you can take advantage. It's like, think about changing lanes on the Parkway. You don't just change lanes without accelerating. You need to accelerate, move forward, and ease over. Kind of the same with a horse. If a horse goes forward, it gives you options to be able to change lanes.
August 5th, I believe, this middle jewel of this Turf Triple Series. That's Saratoga Derby Invitational, and it sounds like from what we heard from Connections yesterday, we're going to see Farbridge show up.
It was really great to see how excited the ownership, the group was, and you could see how meaningful it was for them to get that kind of a win at a place where they were actually married back in, 1967?
Something like
Something
that,
like
yeah.
that.
So
It's pretty
very
remarkable.
Historic place for these Connections, and yeah, some of the friends with them. It's the loudest I've heard any Connections all me long.
Well, it was good. Big win
Yeah.
and end the meet the right way, and now you got something to look forward to in Saratoga.
Meanwhile, 3-year-old fillies in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, and surprising that this international runner was just completely ignored on the board, Aspen Grove.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at like the Foxes coming over or Aspen Grove, you would say, well, the Foxes looks more accomplished. But Aspen Grove put on some performance. She also missed the break from that outside draw, was able to angle in under Oisin Murphy and save ground, and again was able to negotiate his way through traffic, and she kicked on nicely for having put herself at a disadvantage off the break.
15-1. James Stack winning trainer. Glen Hill Farm Soaks there. Mr. and Mrs. John Magnier. And yeah, Oisin Murphy, as you pointed out when we were covering this race the other day, that slow break, the far outside post, but he made an immediate move to get to that fence and try and save ground.
You know, sometimes you're dealt a bad hand because of a bad break or just some bad luck. It's how you react to dealing with that bad hand. And to me, he was like, okay, it wasn't ideal. We missed the break, but watch this move. I'm going to save ground. And I like when a rider is decisive.
Aspen Grove, grade 1 win at 1.25 miles. And a Group 3 winner overseas. It'll be fun to see her stick around and continue in this series at Saratoga as well.
Well, that's what's been such a welcome, aspect of this triple turf series for fillies and colts is the European participation we've been getting, and we've been getting a steady diet of it. And I really think that it filled a void that will attract that kind of attention. We've got so much emphasis on our dirt Triple Crown. It's nice to have this counterpart on the turf, and again, to get international participation.
Yeah, well, the last couple of summers, too, we've seen Joseph O'Brien's show up with horses at Saratoga, so maybe we'll get a few more in the middle jewel in these Saratoga races. Meanwhile, some of these top 3-year-olds in the country showing up where Paula Duca was live on site in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby, and a huge favorite Verifying went off at 3-5 in this race, but he got a major test from Race Kane.
He really did, and you gotta like the way he dug in, because he felt the presence of Race Kane, who is running. I mean, he picked it up. You could see he's finishing fast and furious on the outside, but watch when he gets to the neck of your winner Verifying. He sticks his head out, and he doesn't want to be passed, and he's digging in. It wasn't that Race Kane was hanging. He was running. This Verifying jumped in with him.
First graded stakes win from Verifying, who'd been pretty close before. That close runner-up in the bluegrass behind Tappet Trice. Finally gets it here. Here's Brad Cox on the grit down the stretch.
Hey, Doug and Marcelino did a good job. They come on there pretty good ride at the quarter pole, but he was able to gut it out and get there. And, proud of the horse. Glad to get him back in the winner's circle. It's been a while since he's been here, and hopefully he can build off this. We might cut him back in distance. We've talked about it, in order to try to get him over the top, possibly some grade 1s or something. So we'll see. I think he might be a little bit better if he can track a horse or two. But overall, proud of the effort. Happy for Marcelino. He does a lot of good work for us throughout the year here in Fairgrounds, and very proud of it. Happy we could get a graded stake with him.
Always thinking ahead to the next step. Brad Cox, one of the top trainers in this game, so we'll see maybe shorter, it sounds like, for Verifying next time out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if maybe they point this guy for the Alan Jerkins, 7 furlongs, grade 1. And I like the fact that he gave Marcelino Pedrosa an opportunity in a race like that. I like when a trainer recognizes guys that do good work for them, maybe at different venues or smaller venues, but have confidence in them to give them a mount in a big race like this, and he delivered a terrific ride.
Let's get back to today's action here at Belmont. Again, 1/16 on the turf. Entry-level allowance condition. Chad Brown with the top 2 choices on the board. Idea Generation, Chili Flag, the 2 and the 3. There is Idea Generation. Flavian Pratt will ride. 6-5 favorite. Ended that 2-year-old campaign with a win, and this will be the 3-year-old return. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
See, Greg, this is where the position I'm in perplexes me at times, because I think Idea Generation is the horse to beat on paper. She showed so much promise as a 2-year-old. This is a race that is a short field that's pretty devoid of speed, and she should be the likeliest front runner in here. I don't like the way she looks here in the paddock. She hasn't changed. She hasn't grown at all. She's lightened up a good deal. She hasn't gotten any stronger, and she's really nervy acting. I mean, it could just be sharpness, it could just be eagerness. She might go out there and go gate to wire and run a hole in the wind, but she has left me wanting more here in the paddock from your current favorite. As we'll move on to a New York bred for Christophe Clement. She's a Mia, honestly, from the overall perspective, looks best in here as Trevor McCarthy will pick up the ride. One that in the past has been nervous, you know, as a 2-year-old, earlier on in her 3-year-old, could get a little bit on her nerves, but she has her pony friend in here, and she's really chilled out. Typical with the cotton in the ears too. But I had noted towards the end of last year when she kind of got on track, when she was running over a firmer turf course, that she just continued to grow and fill out and get stronger, and she comes back much the same. Maybe she'll need a race in here, but I like the looks of She's a Mia best of all here in the paddock, Greg.
Interesting. She's a Mia, 5-1 right now. Trevor McCarthy will have the call here. Joel Rosario off all mounts today.
Yeah, and Trevor has had success with this filly before. He won 2 in a row on her back last fall before she was probably a bit over the top and caught yielding ground in a much tougher spot in the Winter Memories.
It's been on the money first or second, 7 of 9 starts. There's the man leading the way at this meet, trying to seal up a riding title. Still 3 up on his older brother, Arad, with a ways to go.
Yeah, there is a ways to go, but I mean, I just marvel at the separation that Jose and Irad have put between them and the 3rd place, you know, in the standings of Manny Franco. But all 3 graduates of the Jockey School in Puerto Rico, so obviously they're doing a terrific job in teaching and the product they're turning out.
And you look at this lineup, and this by itself is a loaded group of the top riders in the country, and it's going to get that much stronger at Saratoga.
Yeah, we've got guys that have been riding in Kentucky, most notably Luis Saez, Tyler Gaffleone. They'll be coming in. I'm sure we'll get some other guys too. And it just tightens everything up. There's less and less open mounts to go around, and certainly less and less live open mounts to go around.
Yeah, got to make the most of the opportunities you're given, especially with all those big names. Tough for young riders, apprentice riders there. Let's take a look here at the 2. Idea Generation, Flavian Pratt. He's going to get plenty of opportunities.
Oh, yeah, especially the way he's been riding that 5-win day last Tuesday. Signal his form, huh?
This is how Idea Generation ended her 2-year-old campaign. 3rd time out, put it all together, and at 4-5 broke her maiden against Juniper's Moon, who actually would come on as a 3-year-old and hit the board in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks.
Yeah, all of her races were good at 2, and then 1 didn't even count. She was beating the nose in a race that was declared, you know, a non-wagering event. It was a no contest, right? So she ran a winning race that day, came back as your favorite in the stake run, okay, and then gets it done here. But I think it's critical to listen when Maggie talks about horses that make that step developmentally from 2 to 3. You know, you want to see them get bigger and stronger physically. And listen, sometimes horses are just what they are, and they run despite that. So, but I have a lot of respect for Maggie's prowess in spotting those nuances in horses.
So, yeah, technically, that was, as you said, that debut, that was where they couldn't get that gate out of the way in time. Faced a monster, too. I mean, Be Your Best was just runner-up in the Wonder again. I know it didn't run that great yesterday in that Belmont Oaks, but a filly who had been very, maybe the best 2-year-old filly on turf in the country.
Yeah, I agree.
Here's a look at Triple P. And this one has only been on the turf once in 27 starts.
Yeah, and that one's turf start left a lot to be desired. She just feels like the only horse that would be a total surprise here.
Idea Generation, 8-5, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
A filly that showed a lot of precocity at 2 and tactically could have an advantage in a race that doesn't appear to have a lot of speed signed on.
Stablemate, Chili Flag, Arad Ortiz Jr., Manicat Stables, Michael Dubb, and Chad Brown.
I kind of like this filly a little bit. I mean, she absolutely had no pace to run into last time, and she was finishing. She just, the horses in front of her were finishing just as fast. Again, she's not going to catch a lot of pace in here, but maybe more than last time because that was glacially slow.
Here's the one that caught Maggie's eye. She's a Mia, Trevor McCarthy with this New York bred.
Yeah, 3-time winner, 3 for 10. You get Trevor on, Joel off his mounts today. Trevor, familiar with her, has a couple wins on her.
And Sweet Duchess, Jose Ortiz, Bill Mott taking over training duties with this filly by Will Take Charge.
Yeah, first time for Bill Mott. She's been here at the Belmont Park base with his assistant trainer, Leanna Wilford. it'll be interesting. This filly at times has laid up a little bit closer. Maybe she puts herself more in the game.
Pick 4 pool over $51,000. Middle pick 4 begins here in this third race coming up as we're just 3 minutes from a start. Idea Generation 8-5 for Chad Brown. He's got this third choice as well, Chili Flag at 5-2. You can play all the action as you see there on the screen. Getting signed up and started with NyraBets.com. Flavien Prat, that 5-win Tuesday, turned a lot of heads. Ever since he's come to the East Coast, he's been turning heads. But Chili Flag, Arad Ortiz Jr. kicked off this card with a victory. 3 back now of his brother for this riding title. And this is the one you prefer from this barn?
I do. I think that she's just run a bit faster. I thought her last race was better than it looks. I mean, they went a half in 51-1. They wound up finishing the mile and the 16th in 142-3. They streaked home. And she didn't give ground. She was running. It's just that the other horses had a tactical advantage on her. I think that she can maybe possibly lay just a touch closer, and particularly if the only horse that goes is Idea Generation. Now, obviously, he's not going to take that horse on early because that's another Chad Brown runner, but I think she could maybe be a little bit more forward.
Look at this board, 9-5, 2-1, 4-1, 2-1 on those 2, 3, 4, and 5 in here. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Let's take a look at Chili Flag, what I saw from her, kind of what I expected. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on her here in the flesh, but kind of a laid-back disposition. Did get a solo warm-up from Arad Ortiz Jr. And she kind of is what she is on paper, you know. She needs a little pace to run at. She's a bit of a longer, rangier type of filly. I don't have any problems with her. She could win here. I just didn't think dynamically the race favored her running style, as I'm going to pick the 2 because I did this earlier show here, and some people believe that I shouldn't change my picks, and there's, reason behind that. But I'm going to caveat it. Still not thrilled with her appearance. She has settled a little bit since she's got on track, so that's a good thing. But like I said, she's a Mia. Definitely made the best physical impression. As we'll take a look at number 5, who's taking quite a bit of money. I know this is a bit of a lighter field as far as quantity, but Sweet Duchess comes in here for Belmont, and she is a private purchase for Wachtel Stables et al., who they have made successful private purchases in the past. Though I will say that Belmont, first after a trainer change on the turf, he's only 4 for 49 with a negative ROI, and she's not the winningest type. She's only 1 for 15 with 9 seconds and thirds. I wish there was a little more of her. She's moving very, very well out there. Kind of a very long, lean filly. Wish she carried just a little bit more conditioning for my liking. Again, one that I'll kind of take the wait and see approach, Greg.
5-2 Sweet Duchess, taking plenty of support in here. It's surprising considering there's 2 Chad Browns that both look like they're major players.
Yeah, I wonder if people aren't going, well, making the trainer change to Belmont, but Kathleen O'Connell is a very good horsewoman, does a great job. So I don't think it's all due respect to Belmont, youngest trainer ever inducted in Racing's Hall of Fame. I don't think that's a huge upgrade. You're just going from one good barn into another good barn.
And look, he's had a lot of opportunities too on the lawn to get through this condition. There just seems to be a lot more upside with both the Chad Brown runners.
He's 1 for 15, right? Yeah. 5 seconds, and then you just got to start questioning, when they start piling up so many more seconds and wins, their desire when it gets tight.
Yeah, and on a softer circuit too. But we'll see how she fares. Maybe it's a good sign, taking all that money in here into the teeth of this uncoupled stablemates for one of the top barns in the country. But that is the one right now is the favorite. So Klarovich, Chad Brown, we're going to see these connections win a ton of races when we get to Saratoga. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown immediately started utilizing once he showed up here on the East Coast. And that's why that young man came here, to try and get some of these more primo mounts to be in that conversation as one of your top riders at the end of the year.
I'm sure that it had to be one of the contributing factors to Flavien making that move to the East Coast, right? To know you're going to have support from trainers like Chad Brown, trainers like Todd Pletcher, guys that he was riding for in different venues. In Kentucky when he'd be there, sometimes when he'd ship here to New York. And he's been a welcome addition to a very deep jockey colony talent-wise. He's just added a whole nother layer. And I just love the fact that I just don't see any weakness in this game. And I say that with all respect to other riders. Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. To me, he's the most rounded rider. I see less holes in his game, if you will.
Can you remember a rider like that when you were riding?
Well, honestly, the one he reminds me the most of is Jerry Bailey, because tactically he's just as sound as Jerry, and you can see his preparation is meticulous like Jerry's. And one thing that I never thought Jerry got as much credit for, I mean, it was how strong he finished on horses. And Flavien, for everything he does well, is a very strong finisher, and that's the one thing I don't hear talked about as much as I believe it should be.
Well, let's get back to, you talked about the pace of this race. You thought the mount that Pratt's aboard, Idea Generation, who's the 3-2 favorite, you thought tactically he's going to be the one in front here too. And the way this race begins on that turn, if you have speed from the outset and there's not a lot of other pace in here, you can really take it to this group.
It's a big advantage. You let it run into that little dog leg, then you get your horse to settle into your hands, and you've already got a tactical advantage. And I think Idea Generation is elevated with the presence of Pratt, because he is not afraid to take control of a race.
Yeah, even oftentimes, too, when a horse doesn't appear to have a whole lot of speed, he'll be aggressive. Here's the 5 stepping in. Sweet Duchess, Jose Ortiz. We're set for the 3rd. Middle pick 4 begins here. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. From the inside, it is Triple P who has the early lead. And from the outside, Sweet Duchess now moves up. And up close is Chili Flag. Sweet Duchess goes on with it to take over the lead. Triple P running in 2nd, and then Chili Flag in 3rd, followed by She's a Mia. And Idea Generation is the early trailer in 5th as the field moves up the backstretch. Sweet Duchess steps away here to lead by 4 lengths. Triple P in 2nd through a quarter and 25 and 1. Chili Flag is in 3rd, already about 8 lengths from the front. Then She's a Mia and Idea Generation. Sweet Duchess has the lead here, and the lead is 3.5 lengths. Long shot Triple P sitting in 2nd, followed by Chili Flag, She's a Mia, and Idea Generation down towards the hedge. The half mile, 49 and 2/5 seconds. Sweet Duchess setting the pace here and leading by 3.5 lengths. Triple P remains in 2nd as the field races midway around the far turn. Sweet Duchess, the lead is 3 lengths. Triple P is in 2nd. Chili Flag getting closer now, gaining ground up on the inside as Sweet Duchess leads at the top of the stretch. Chili Flag in gear here on the outside. It's Sweet Duchess and Chili Flag has taken over the lead. A quick move there by Chili Flag to take over and draws away here. Chili Flag in front by 4. Then Idea Generation and Sweet Duchess. A clear-cut winner here. It's Chili Flag, and the 2nd victory on the card for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Indeed, 2 wins through the first 3 races for Irad Ortiz Jr., and he's now just 2 back of his younger brother for this riding title. Chili Flag comes and gets this pace setter, and for Idea Generation, right out of the gate, problems.
Yeah, the whole shape of the race changed dramatically at the break when Idea Generation did not break well and then appeared to get squeezed back between horses. But that didn't change anything with Chili Flag, who was just cruising along. Didn't seem to be a lot of pace on, like what Jose Ortiz did on Sweet Duchess. He tried to control the race, went right to the lead, but Chili Flag really finished. I mean, she was just decidedly best. And listen, we'll give high marks to Idea Generation, who appeared to eke out 2nd after that bumbling beginning.
First 2 mounts, 2 victories for the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Irad Ortiz Jr. There's his younger brother who's still leading the way, but that lead has gone from 4 to 2 through the first 3 races on today's card.
No lead is safe with a rider as talented as Irad Ortiz and who can win races in bunches. I'm still rooting for the dead heat. I think they both rode too good all meeting to have someone termed a winner or a loser. I think they're both obviously winners.
No one wants to see a dead heat, Mick.
I do.
3, 2, 5, 4. Then we got to have a write-off at the end of the meet to see who actually wins it.
How about if we just make them run like from the 16th pull the wire themselves on foot, whoever's faster?
So talented. 4-time Eclipse Award winner already. So many big wins. And, you know, we talked about earlier, he's only 30 years old, too. His prime's still coming up.
It's just incredible. And I talk about it often, Greg. There's a window for riders where you're at your peak physically and your peak mentally. And for some riders, that window is, you know, open for less period of time. Some it's open for a longer period of time. And a lot of that has to do with injuries and how physically sound you can stay as you're garnering all of that knowledge and experience. And right now, I mean, he's certainly extremely experienced. He's physically gifted. He's strong. He's healthy. I mean, all of those things factor into a rider's prime and longevity.
He seems to, like, I'm sure there's a lot of other guys that have it too, but he just really has that killer instincts.
He's singular focus is riding and race riding. I went down to the jockey's room on Friday, and it was a hot, humid day. Where's Irad? Irad's out jogging. He's out in a plastic suit jogging around the Belmont main track and then riding 11 races. You got to be a peak conditioned athlete.
Wants it bad.
And wants it.
3-2, 5-4 finish, 2 wins with his first 2 mounts of the day for Brad Ortiz Jr. Now just 2 back of his younger brother for this meet title on the final day here at Belmont Park. Chili flag for Chad Brown, Madacat Stables, and Michael Dubb, the winner. We'll be back.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Back with you on one final edition of America's Day at the Races before it's Saratoga Live all summer long. Our program brought to you in part where you can play it all at Now at Bets. Go to nowatbets.com, get signed up and started. Third in the books at Belmont, and it's chili flag through the first 3 races. 2 wins today for Brad Ortiz Jr.
See, now if you're Irad, and even if it is your brother Jose, you got to go back to the room and start chirping a little bit. Like, are you hearing footsteps?
Well, that's not what we heard. We heard Jose's actually the trash talker of the 2.
Yeah, but now it's his time to turn up the heat. You know, he won on chili flag. Let's get a little chili dip and tripping going on here. You got to, you know, get in his head a little.
There's 5 jumped out in front early, kind of surprised everybody as Jose Ortiz tried to take command, but Chile flagged just too much in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, she really kicked for home and finish. I love the idea by Jose Ortiz to try to seize the race, especially after the two Idea Generation did not break well. But no doubt about the winner. She was much the best Chile flag. Looks like she could be on to bigger and better things for Chad Brown. At $5.60 over Idea Generation, pretty generous exact at $8 for a buck with two Chad Browns, first and second choices.
Definitely. Back to sprinting on the turf in this next race coming up. Starts a mandatory payout pick six. Final pick six of the meet coming up. $40,000 maiden claiming race. To begin the sequence, Luna Warrior right now. Javier Castellano aboard. Current favorite for trainer Jose D'Angelo. Yeah, I think this is a wide open event, and you know, sprinting on the turf is always about trips. We'll see who's going to work out the right kind of trip. And I tell you that the turf courses have stayed in such good shape the whole meet here. They were so well managed as far as the placement of the rails to preserve different portions of the track, and that's an art form in itself. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have more on this first leg of the pick six sequence when we return. Mandatory payout day for the late pick five as well. That man's leading the way still, but things getting a little tighter with his older brother right there, Arad Ortiz Jr. with 2 wins already through the first 3 races. He's made it 59-57. Does he have time to catch his younger brother? We'll be back.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road, City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will and Silver State to carry on his legacy.
Thanks for being with us on the final card of this Belmont Spring Summer Meet. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have a mandatory pick 6 payout, as is customary on the final day of a meet. And it's going to start with a 6-furlong turf sprint for 40 maiden claiming runners, all looking for that first win on the resume. Here's Luna Warrior, who is the current even money favorite, who just got beat as a favorite. Basically the same level last time out. That was 7 furlongs, so we'll shorten up to 6 today. Maybe, had it been 6 last time out, would have sealed the deal.
Yeah, listen, he ran too good to lose. I mean, he looked like he was going to get it done. You can see he's kind of under a double wraps turning for home. Javier's going to finally set him down. Looks like he'll get this done, and then he just gets pipped right on the finish line. Certainly makes you feel like the turn back to 6 has got to be beneficial, no?
Would think so. And, you know, some of the others in this field doesn't inspire confidence that there's going to be able to run them down this afternoon here. So that's why the short price. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, Luna Warrior, he's such a prohibitive favorite. I have no reasons not to like him here. I was a little against him last time because it looked as though he needed a race. The 7's definitely stretching him, and this is his race to lose. So not trying to talk anybody off the favorites, but I thought there were some other interesting options in here, particularly after I looked at them here in the paddock, including #3 Lawful, who I thought ran just okay. You know, he made a belated run from the back in that same race as Luna Warrior to finish 4th. But I did not like the way he looked that day in the paddock. I thought he looked kind of dropped away from his hindquarters. He wasn't carrying great conditioning. Well, that race has really moved him up. He looks a lot stronger having that one effort under his belt. And while maybe the jury's still out on which distance is best for him, maybe the 6 will suit him down to the ground. I mean, he's going 5 and 7 with no 6. Maybe it'll be the right recipe for him. #4, Kasimba. He's a bit of a wild card, having never run on the turf before. But while Luna Warrior could very well be quick enough to make the lead here, I wonder what they do with Kasimba. He does have an aggressive rider on his back in Luis Saez. He has shown dirt speed before. He is the son of Canteros, who I like them, his progeny, on the turf. This guy has a turf hoof, slacker pasterns. I don't love the fact that the front wraps stay on here for this turf try. The dam did win 1 turf race out of 9 efforts. The thing here in the paddock is that he's really, really laid back for a horse that has the possibility of being the speed. He's very, very quiet, and he's not necessarily built like one that should be that quick. So maybe my theory of him being the speed is out the window. But I am interested on the positive end of things for him trying this surface. And then we'll take a look at the first-time starter in here at Veselski for Dave Donk, a son of Practical Joke, which Practical Jokes aren't great on the turf, but they're definitely better when it comes to sprinting, just like I think they're better dirt sprinting as opposed to routing. And this one's dam went 4 for 15 on the turf. He's half to a multiple graded stakes winning turf sprinter in Mr. Gruff. And there's another turf winner in the family that Dave Donk also trained. This guy is fit, he's racy looking, he's being really professional here in the paddock. Obviously, with that pedigree mentioned, he looks really well suited to the conditions, and he does get a Rod Ortiz in the irons. I think he's very interesting and live as a first-time starter, Greg.
9-2 on that first timer with a rat. It would be number 3 for him this afternoon if he can get it. And David Donk, not one you think of a whole lot first time out, but a very, very accomplished trainer.
Yeah, I mean, he's capable of winning first time, but I don't think that's his main goal, to crank them up to win first time out. He's more of a trainer that kind of races them into condition, allows them to learn as they go. And you see, that's why a lot of his horses have longevity.
Does that make you take pause for a moment and say, well, if a Rat Ortiz is showing up here, maybe this one is a little more ready to go than usual from this barn?
You know, you've always got to think that, and I do think that Dave has a certain core of riders that he looks for when he feels like horses are live. And listen, this horse is a half to a stakes winner, multiple stakes winner, Mr. Gruff, who's a very proficient turf sprinter out in California.
Well, Rat going to have another chance to chip away at that lead, 2 back. As you get a look at him here, we'll ride for David Donk. His brother would have been a major player in this race, but his mount for Linda Rice, who's going to win this training title, variable cost of 6 is scratch.
Yeah, where Linda's got it wrapped up, it's going to be tight all the way down to the wire, and you just love the look of focus on Irad Ortiz Jr.'s face as he walks out. I mean, you could see he's got a mission, and he's on a mission.
10 minutes away from the first leg of this pick 6 here. Trying to find where people can sort of lean on. I thought both the turf races were very wide open. Obviously, You're My Girl is going to take a ton of attention in her 3-year-old comeback, but she is, taking on some older company in that race. Couple of older fillies. The majority of them are 3-year-old fillies. She's obviously grade 1 place. She's going to be tough.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I'm just very impressed with, we have good weather for the most part. But how well our turf courses have been doing. Now, they did have an extended vacation last year, right? We came back from Saratoga and went right to Aqueduct, so this turf course didn't get used at all last fall.
There's Flavian Pratt. He'll be on Lawful for trainer David Jacobson. Was chasing Luna Warrior and Fire Baron, 4th behind those two, where they finished 2nd and 3rd last time out. Was pretty far back trying to chase. Yeah, right now, Lawful 7-2 on the board, owned and trained by David Jacobson. But it just seems like everyone is going to be in chase mode, likely again against Luna Warrior here.
You know, the worry with Luna Warrior is that you go back to Gulfstream, it looked like he had that race won on February 19th and got pipped. Now that was going 7.5. Last time, kind of looked like he was supposed to hold off. Billy's got issues and win last time, and he got pipped. Now he turns back to 6. I mean, I get why he's a short price, but can you have a ton of confidence?
Overwhelmingly the one to beat. I don't think he's racked up enough where you start questioning his heart and ability, do you?
No, I just thought last time he was supposed to get it done, particularly with a horse that was chasing him throughout on the wrong lead and still was able to pick him up. But Maggie did say it looked like he'd probably be better for the race.
Free to play. Take advantage of that contest. As it says, no money required. You're competing for real prizes as well. Get in on the action as we get set for this mandatory pick 6 payout coming up. Final one of this meet before we head to Saratoga. And there is the first timer that caught Maggie's eye as that man there looking for his 3rd on the day. For trainer David Donk's 3-year-old son of Practical Joke. And you don't see any turf works on the page.
No, but there is, turf pedigree on the female side of the family. Ruff was a graded stakes placed mare turf winner, and she's been a producer too. Again, this is a half to Mr. Gruff, a stakes winner on sprinting on the turf out in California. And he reaches out to Irad, and I'm definitely of the belief Dave Donk leans on certain guys when he is higher on horses than maybe others.
And here they come. Post parade coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post here for this pick 6 sequence. And we'll begin here in a moment with Fire Baron Jackie Davis on a 3-year-old who's 0 for 14.
Yeah, 0 for 14. Ran okay last time. Was beaten about 3 3/4 lengths to Luna Warrior, your big favorite, but the run was okay.
Bill of Rights. Trevor McCarthy is the second-time starter.
Yeah, and he's going to have to improve off his first start. You could see he's still green, didn't really want to hook up with the pony very much, but listen, he can improve with a race under his belt.
Here's Flavian Pratt on Lawful for David Jacobson.
Yeah, he finished, with interest last time, going 7/8. Maybe the 6 even intensifies late turn of foot. I like the fact that Flavian Pratt stays here, and now he has experience with the horse.
Luis Saez on Kisimba, who was getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, out of a mare that was 1 for 9 on turf, not an overwhelming turf pedigree there.
Vaselski, the first-time starter with Arad Ortiz Jr. for Donk.
Yeah, more of a turf pedigree here, obviously, but from an outfit that definitely horses improve with racing.
Even money favorite. So here's Luna Warrior, caught going 7 last time out with a 2-length lead in the stretch, shortens up to 6 furlongs today.
Yeah, and his buyer speed figures really stand head and shoulders above anybody else here. He runs his last race back. He's supposed to win.
And that's my boxer long shot outside, was 17-1 at this level first time out.
Yeah, but again, from the aforementioned Dave Donk, whose horses do get better with racing, so expect this horse should improve with the race under his belt.
5 minutes to post. Final pick 6 of this meet coming up. How do we go after this? Hello, Jonathan Kinchin.
Hello, Greg Wolf. How are you? I'm ready, guys. I got my Saratoga canoe shirt on. It's around the corner. Like I said, I've been up here waiting patiently for you guys to come up and hang out. The 7, Luna Warrior. This was a horse that, looking at these sequences throughout the day, I thought was a horse that, if playing, would be a horse you could kind of lean on a little bit. Look, when a horse finds themselves on the front end going 7 and then just gets a little bit tired, but has legitimate pace figures in that 7 furlongs, early part of the race, they're actually running a little bit. When they cut back, it's usually a huge edge, especially being drawn outside of the main competition. If the 4 Kisimba decides to go, the 7 Luna Warrior should be in a perfect position to sit right outside. Not only is this horse cutting back, there's also an expected improvement second off of a break. Prior to that, the horse hadn't run since March. So you got to think that not only did they get a little tired going 7, they're cutting back. They should have a little bit of a stamina boost in that situation. And then also, they should have a little bit of a stamina boost second time off a break. This horse feels extremely likely. With a good ride, a good trip, I think this horse wins. Kisimba, the 4, Mackie kind of mentioned a little quiet around there. Are they guessing here because it's Canteros? Do they want to try that, the turf, just because of that? Is the 6 furlongs going to be too much with likely pressure? I mean, Luna Warrior is going to run at Kisimba at some point if Kisimba makes the lead. Or Kisimba's going to have pressure from his outside from the 7 Luna Warrior. There's a lot of scenarios where I'm not sure if you want to try to beat Luna Warrior, if Kisimba is the one that you think is the one that you want to try. If you want to get creative in those situations, trying to beat a favorite, you don't want to try to beat a favorite with a horse that resembles the favorite. Because you like to think if the pace is slow enough, that it's Luna Warrior's race to win. Keep in mind, as we get upstate to Saratoga, these turf sprints completely change. We're going to 5.5, even from the 6 furlongs here. In those situations, speed is dangerous. I'm just going to apply that thought 4 or 5 days early with the 7 Luna Warrior.
4 to 5 now on the 1 to beat. Back to your point, though, got caught, yes, at 7, and then at 7.5 when he got caught, too. That was for 20 maiden claiming where he didn't seal the deal.
Right.
So there's a little bit of trepidation here with him.
Listen, do I think he's the most likely winner? Yes, I agree with the public, and I agree with him being favorite. I'm trying to beat him with the 3 Lawful. I just like the fact that Flavien Prat takes the call back. And I think good riders, your best riders, we've seen it consistently. We talk about Javier Castellano with it. Feeling like they learned something about a horse. And, maybe if I ride a horse this way or if I do something a little different. And when you get a rider like Flavien Prat, he's constantly trying to improve on his performance with horses. I think second time will be better. And listen, this horse finished with interest last time. Now, it was going 7/8. He loses an eighth of a mile to work with.
This horse hit the board, too, against Straight Maiden Company, going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream. Makes you pay attention a little bit to this horse. We'll see. 7-2. Let's go downstairs with a long shot look, potentially, for Maggie.
Well, taking a look at number 2, Bill of Rights, he does exit the common race that many of these come out of, including your heavy favorite in here, Luna Warrior. He completely blew the break that day in his debut. He is a lot sharper today, I must say, bouncing on his toes. Wish he looked maybe just a touch more tucked up, but I also think it is beneficial to go 7 on your first start, just get that experience and that kind of more stamina into you, and then turn back a little bit. I like the option of turning back as opposed to going longer here. I just thought, I don't think he's necessarily a win candidate, but at 30-1, I felt as though there was some upside. And Meg, your pick in here, Lawful. I get where you're coming from, but I can't stress enough how much this horse has improved from that June 15th effort to today.
3-1, second choice. Lawful with Flavien Prat. What to do here to start off this pick 6?
Well, listen, I'm not taking a long shot. I mean, this is the second choice, and, obviously.
No, but this could be a lean for many people, and you got to make some decisions somewhere. I thought the turf races, the rest of the card, are very difficult.
No doubt. I think it is a very tough sequence. I feel a little more confident that Maggie likes him from a physical perspective.
Meanwhile, this horse, that price just keeps getting shorter and shorter, so the general public feeling even stronger that Luna Warrior gets it done today.
Yeah, and listen, by the same token, what I'm talking about with Flavien Prat with the 3 Lawful, this is the second time Javier Castellano on Luna Warrior. And maybe he'll have a different idea about how to ride him, or maybe going the 6, you don't even have to worry about saving as much horse, right? You just don't take anything away that comes easy.
Javier Castellano. What an incredible summer. 0 for 15 in the Derby, 0 for 14 in the Belmont. Both those streaks come to an end this year as he completes a career Triple Crown.
Won 2/3 of the Triple Crown this year on 2 different horses. And he will have a decision to make later on this summer as to who to ride in the races like the Travers. Will it be Arcangelo? Will it be Mage?
Yep. And Arcangelo back working up at Saratoga. Looks sensational coming back.
That was his first work back from the Belmont. That was a very strong work. Usually you see kind of a slower tempoed kind of work after a horse is coming off a big win like that. Is that an indication that maybe he's just continuing to improve?
Could be. Second half of the year, oftentimes very different from what we saw in the first half atop that division.
Like get the kid that started high school, who's already shaven, his voice changed, right? He's the best athlete, a little bit ahead of developmentally everybody else. And then by the end of the time you leave high school, some of those kids who, were smaller have developed and grown and are better athletes. I mean, horses are not so dissimilar. They're going to change and develop at different times.
We saw it most markedly, I guess, last year in that 3-year-old filly division with Secret Oath really dominating the first half of the year, and then Ness completely taking control over that division in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I think that's a prime example of what we're talking about. They were very close in ability, and then one just took that big step forward.
Here we go with a pick 6. Bill of Rights, this big long shot. Biggest price on the board, steps in, 3-5 favoritism on Luna Warrior. Will shortening up to 6 furlongs be the difference today? Javier Castellano for trainer Jose D'Angelo. Let's go upstairs and John Imbrial to kick off the sequence.
Waiting now for Veselski, Luna Warrior, and That's My Boxer. in the gate. And they're off. And it was a slow start for the favorite, Luna Warrior. Luna Warrior now moving up on the outside. Kasimba is out first for the lead. That's My Boxer and Bill of Rights right together, second and third. Now Luna Warrior has advanced into fourth. Lawful down on the inside runs in fifth. On the outside is Vaselski, and trailing the field is Fire Baron in seventh. Kasimba leads by a length, with Bill of Rights racing in second and getting closer now on the outside. Opening quarter, 22 seconds. The odds-on favorite, Luna Warrior, is just behind the front pair and in third. Lawful advances now up into fourth. Then it's Vaselski on the outside, followed by That's My Boxer, and way back is Fire Baron. They're at the top of the stretch. It is Kasimba, Bill of Rights. Luna Warrior is now coming on through, and Lawful is gaining ground on the outside. Here comes Luna Warrior now to grab the lead from Kasimba. Lawful is next as they pass the eighth pole. It is Luna Warrior in front, Kasimba second, Lawful in third. They come on for the finish. Luna Warrior will break his maiden here after a slow start. Luna Warrior over Kasimba. Lawful was third, and Fire Baron came from way out of it to complete the superfecta.
Luna Warrior sitting behind two, doing battle up front, and Javier Castellano had this one in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he didn't break as sharply, but it might have been a blessing in disguise because Javier was able to allow him up into that coveted pocket position, was able to find room in between a tiring number 2 Bill of Rights and Kasimba, who was carving out your fractions. Just a picture-perfect ride on the best horse, and that's how you get it done on the turf. Save ground, come out when you have to. Lawful made a big run and really flattened out. Gosh, he looked like he was going to be tough, and his run lasted till the 8th pole, and then from the 8th pole to the wire, he shortened stride.
We heard Walker Hancock talking about Warfront coming out of break, and now we have a Warfront win the first leg here of the pick six, 3-5, 7-4, 3-1. Javier Castellano for Jose D'Angelo, Newtown Anner Stud Farm.
Yeah, nice performance, breaks his maiden and cut back in distance. It'll be interesting now. I guess he'll have to try 5.5 in Saratoga.
Much different race. Well, finally gets it done here. 5th time on the grass. 5-year-old who connections changed hands here, but patient to try and get that first win with him, and it finally comes.
Yeah, and with a good trip. And nice to see that, dimension where he was, he finished the deal today. He didn't get there and kind of hang or flatten out. He ran through the wire. And, Javier Castellano definitely rides horses to me better the second time and the third time. I think he just learns about them.
7-4, 3-1 finish. Looking at Canterbury here in Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 furlongs on the turf, where they're going to begin their card in a maiden special weight. Coming up, we have an even money favorite here. Crocodile Tears and Blinkers going on. A horse who missed by a neck in that turf debut last start.
Has run well in all 3 starts, and turf experience, the only one in the field with turf experience, ran extremely well last time.
Well clear of the 3rd place finisher as well, just missing, and was forward in that race also. Lots to like, and now dips down to 4-5. Here's Cowboy Jack, first time out.
Yeah, a horse that's kind of got a spotty work tab as far as I'm concerned. Some days it's 8 days between work, sometimes it's 14. I like to see consistency in work patterns.
Harleasy debuted on dirt and wound up a well-beaten 4th.
Yeah, adds blinkers here, could improve with the effort and certainly changing surfaces.
Jackson Action, first-time starter, son of Midnight Loot, a 4-year-old debuting.
Yeah, another one with that kind of spotty work tab that I talk about. Nice-looking son of Midnight Loot here, though. He does a good-looking horse, though, doesn't he?
So Caleb's Posse, first-time starter, we'll see next. 13-1 here on the 5. Lasix for the debut.
Yeah, it comes off a really nice, solid gate work. 5 furlongs in a minute and a fifth. It's essentially 12 seconds to every furlong.
Positive Petey was in a state-bred maiden special on dirt and didn't do a whole lot of running. Brief early speed and then backed up.
Yeah, it's going to have to turn it around in a big way. Will that surface switch help facilitate that?
5-1, taking some money. A first-time starter, the 7, Pride of Argyle.
Another one coming in with that sharp gate work for the debut and is taking money. I'm always interested in horses that taking money because it tells you they've kind of tipped their hand in their morning training that they've got some ability.
And a first-time starter outside, Palace Attained.
Yeah, not taking nearly as much money. And another one with that work tab that, I just don't like to see huge gaps, right? July 1st works. Before that, it was June 8th, May 28th. It's just a little too much gaps in the consistency of the work pattern.
Well, we had a 3-5 favorite to start off the pick six at Belmont, where there's a couple of arguments you could make for chinks in the armor. Wound up getting it done. This 3-5, Crocodile Tears, looks awfully tough.
Yeah, and ran well on dirt in the first two starts, switched to turf, delivered an even better performance, natural speed, and they add blinkers from the inside. Kind of simplifies things, doesn't it?
Favored last time out, now an even shorter price as a favorite after just missing in that turf debut after a couple of starts on dirt to begin his career. For Wade Rarick, as we get set for this opener coming up, Paul Allen with the call to kick off this card at Canterbury Park.
One of 5 first-time starters, last in line, 22-1. The bookender, Crocodile Tears, heavily favored. We have 8 battling. The rails at 25. Jackson Action has gone in. And here is Palace Attained. 8 in the gate. It's family day right out here at the park. Number 2, Cowboy Jack has reared and unseated jockey Erica Murray, who is limping about a tad behind the gate. That's number 2, Cowboy Jack. Now number 1 is rearing as Murray tried to remount Cowboy Jack. Crocodile Tears causing a bit of a fuss. And now Murray has departed from the turf course underneath the rail. So we have some consternation. Stand by.
Now we saw one of these rear up in the gate and then a little bit of a domino effect with some of the others misbehaving.
Yeah, horses hear that noise and the banging around, and it sets them off. And, Acacia Clement said it best one day that it's like Christmas lights. When one goes off, the rest go off, and especially with young, inexperienced horses.
Let's go back to Paul Allen.
No worse for the wear. Likewise for the rider, Erica Murray. She has remounted the Ohio bred. Goes back in. Race 1, take 2. And they're racing, except for Pride of Argyle, who forgot to start and is way back in last. Meanwhile, the others kick on with victory for the Posse, being a fast first-time starter. But Crocodile Tears revs up to the inside, and Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. After that, Positive Petey, 5 lengths from the fast early pace, racing very wide. Then we come to Jackson Action beginning to run on from 8 out of it as Crocodile Tears boots clear by 3. Cowboy Jack a mile out of it, field incredibly well strung. Palace Attained is completely gone pear-shaped around the turn, and Pride of Argyle put that one in last. Into the final football field, Crocodile Tears, the 2-5 favorite, the 1 to catch and the 1 to beat. Jackson Action is running on very fast late. Is it going to be too late? The answer probably is yes. Crocodile Tears, now Jackson Action to the inside, but he suffers Crocodile Tears because the 1 was number 1.
Crocodile Tears, where is that wire? The 4 Jackson Action first-time starter, making things a little bit interesting, but Crocodile Tears able to get it done at a very short price here in the opener.
Yeah, listen, took all the heat, went to the lead. That's what you do from the inside on the best horse. Don't take any chances. Nice run from the runner-up to 4 Jackson Action. Excuse me. Say that.
It's hard one to get out, isn't it?
Yeah, really. Settled and finished well though, but winner was on fumes late, but did do all the early running.
2-5 favorite, Crocodile Tears, just enough to get it done and break the maiden. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, a look back to this incredible New York bred, undefeated, 5 for 5. What a terrific story. Named after now her trainer, and it looks like it's on to the test this summer at Saratoga.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. What a year it has been for that man right there. A Derby win, first of his career, a first Belmont win of his career, some other big stakes wins as well. And he's putting himself, Javier Castellano, in that conversation potentially for an Eclipse Award. It's going to be tough. He's going to have to win a few more big races.
He's winning the right races.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Luna Warrior, $3.50 to start off this pick six. Let's go to Maggie.
Here's winning rider Javier Castellano aboard Luna Warrior. Javi, anxious moments out of the gate. This guy did not break today.
He didn't break, didn't get panned. I just like the way he did it today because last time it was a little bit in the muscle and early in the stage in the beginning of the race. And I don't like to hook up do speed and then it probably would have collapsed in the last part of the race. I like to ride a little bit, smart ride a little bit, good tactical position and take it from there. I like the way he split horse and turned it for home, and I like the way he finished today.
Finally getting it done as a 5-year-old, very patient of the connections to wait this long, but he proved that he could do it. Javi, you also proved that you could win a Kentucky Derby and a Belmont, two things that were missing from your very accomplished resume. Reflect a little bit on what the spring brought you.
It's beautiful. I mean, 10 guys give me a gift, and I've been blessed, very thankful. A lot of people put a lot of work together, trying it on my agent. He gave me a lot of opportunity to ride one of the best horses in the ground and try to pick it, in the right time, the right place, like Mage in the Derby. That's one of the biggest challenge in my career. Try to target a bigger race and to win the Kentucky Derby. It means a lot to me, it's very blessed to be in that position. And plus, I've been 3 times in the Belmont Stakes, 3 times second, and win the Belmont Stakes in my hometown, basically. I've been living in New York for 22 years. And I feel like it's part of my life here, and I think that's what the race I want to get it done too as well. I've been very thankful and blessed and for the last couple months and enjoy the race.
You and PJ Campo, your agent, are going to have a tough decision when we go up to Saratoga if we see Archangel and Mage show up there, huh?
Absolutely, it's a good spot to be, and very demanding a little bit. It's you see how it go little by little, day by day. When we get there, we figure it out.
Arcangelo is working very well, Javi. I'm just going to push you that way. But congratulations here with Luna Warrior, and may the success continue up at the spa.
Thanks a lot.
As he always says, guys, he is the winningest Travers jockey of our generation.
Yeah, 6 of them. He knows exactly how many. That's the big decision for him. Who will he choose, assuming both Mage, the Derby winner, and Arcangelo, the Belmont winner, get there?
Guess it'll have a lot to do with how each horse is doing individually at the time. He actually went up to Saratoga last Wednesday and watched Arcangelo have that solid, strong workout up in Saratoga. I don't know. I think if I drove up there, they'd have to put me on him. I don't want to watch. I want to participate.
Nice choices to make for Javier Castellano. What a year it has been for him. Luna Warrior on board, the odds-on favorite to start off this pick 6. Late pick 5 is coming up next, and it is a good one. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, and potentially some 2-year-olds with big futures in this race. Right now, it's a Todd Pletcher first-time starter by Army Mule, the 9 Hall, 4-5 odds-on favorite.
Yeah, listen, that means this horse has definitely tipped his hand in the mornings. Some good, solid gate works up in Saratoga. Army Mule was brilliant himself, and he's passed on some of that brilliance.
And if it is Hall that wins this one, that's number 3 on the day for Rad Ortiz Jr. Put him 1 back of his brother for this riding title. Enjoyed it. Paul LaDuca is going to be stepping in. Mig, you are reporting the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, I'll be reporting later on. But our man Paul, he's been traveling. He's burning the midnight oil. He's on flights. He's doing it all and doing it great.
He's our road warrior. He's going to be stepping in next after a timeout. Late pick 5 when we come back. That's the favorite right now. Hall, one of 2 in here for Todd Pletcher. Both reportedly working very strong, but the money going to this one here for the Rad Ortiz Jr. for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. We'll have more on the first leg of this late pick 5 when we come back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage. And War Dancer, one of New York top stallions, is a sire on fire right now. Look at all these winners recently here in New York. Battle Scars in early May. Born Dancer, Brennan's War, June 18th. Buck or two, Ms. Big Bucks, Ruse, 26 Black. Runner after runner, War Dancer producing. Stands at Irish Hill and Duchess views Stallions. And here's Ms. Big Bucks and the New York Stallion Stakes victory in the Cupicoys Joy division back on June 18th. One of several of these War Dancers continuing to light up the tote board. Ms. Big Bucks for Michelle Nevin. Back-to-back victories. This was off a maiden win. Race was taken off the turf. This was the first turf win. And a dominant performance, putting that speed to use. Gate-to-wire victory. And this was a victory, too. A nice one for the apprentice, Jose Gomez. 9-1. Daughter of War Dancer with this stakes victory and setting her up for some New York bred stakes potentially this summer at Saratoga. But speed just too strong for anyone to handle in that performance. Joining me on the desk, four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to see you as we get set for this late pick 5 coming up.
Yeah, it's a good late pick 5, and I think there's a couple horses you can, I basically hone in on. Obviously, when you go to these 2-year-old races, you go to the tote board. It could be to your detriment or it could be to your plus. And obviously, the 2 Pletcher horses are taking money. I also think the Cassie horse might be live. But I think a lot of people are going to rest their laurels in this pick 5, and You're My Girl for John Terranova. I think that's going to be probably the most singled horse. Unless a lot of people take a shot here with the 9, the Pletcher horse. You know, the 9 and the 10 been working very, very well in the mornings. Which Pletcher do you want to pick? And the 7 reportedly has been working well. It just shows you that you're right. When you first brought into this, about this race, we could be seeing somebody, we always go up to Saratoga and see a nice 2-year-old. We could see a nice 2-year-old out of this race.
This is the 4-5 favorite, the more highly regarded of the Pletcher pair. Hall, the Army Mule 2-year-old. Let's go to Maggie.
And Hall worked very impressively at the OBS April sale, actually 9-4, which brought the $260,000 price tag for this son of Army Mule, whom his progeny have got off to a flying start. They are proficient on either surface, typically sprinters, but still can stretch it out just a bit. Now, this guy very much has that Army Mule look to him, of the sprinting type, kind of more built downhill, has been uber professional. I mean, he hasn't turned a hair. There's some here that are on their toes and some that almost just look lost, almost just kind of wandering around like, where am I? But this guy's just focused, and that's what you like to see, and that's what you come to expect with Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. So I do think this horse is good and will be ready to fire first time out. Now, his stablemate, on the other hand, number 10, Falfurious, incredibly good-looking. As an individual, the best-looking horse in the paddock. He's a little bit taller, he's scopier, he's very typey-looking and well-balanced. He's on it, though. He has been on the muscle throughout. Like I said, I prefer him in a way physically, but the pedigree is a little bit, I don't want to say suspicious, but maybe it's a positive that Todd opts to run him here on the dirt, because on the bottom, it is all turf. And he looks like a horse that could be better on the turf, but again, I suppose it's a positive sign that he shows up here on the dirt because he's been working so well on it. But again, well prepared. We'll see how much speed he has. Like I said, he's been very, very sharp, not necessarily built like one that'll be quick, but acting like it. As the other horse taking some play is number 4 in here, Ridgewood Runner. He sold for $110,000 at that same sale, worked 10 flat, was asked quite a bit, whereas Hall was not, but kept responding, kept finding some gears, which I like to see. Now, he's another one that on the bottom, it's all turf. The Dam of Full Sister to Recepta, multiple rated stakes winner on the turf, also Defiant Honor, and he has a turf hoof. So I'm a little suspicious of his chances here on the dirt. But again, he has been working well. I like the work 2 back from the gate over the training track and 47 flat. That is a very good work for the training track. And he's been really professional. I like the way he's put together too. He's one that interests me a good deal for lower profile connections, Greg.
5 minutes to post. Thank you, Maggie. In the race that kicks off this late pick 5 sequence. Final late pick 5 of the meet, so a mandatory payout as well. We're going to go back to where you were just the other day. You're all over the place. Excuse me, Indiana Oaks. And Black Eyed Susan winner showing up in here and got a really wide trip. Sort of a tale of trips in this race.
It really was, because Tax, you're going to see the big gray making the move on the outside. Just didn't get out of the gate well for Randy Morris, where Brian Hernandez had a ton of horse with defining purpose and Kenny McPeak. And, you know, you had mentioned it, Greg, you know, when you have a Grade 1 winner in the action, it just stuck out. And I know that Tax probably, you can't say maybe was the best in this race because broke bad. I think they're on maybe the same level and they'll have maybe a rematch. But the horse that had the Grade 1 win, the class showed out.
Yeah, and Peak was telling you when this filly gets more spacing between her races, she's very dangerous, and she got that spacing for this one.
Yeah, and it made her sharper. And, you know, Kenny was talking about she needs to be up forward towards the pace when she was laying second. And you could see the racetrack, you know, his other horses that came from off the pace, you just couldn't launch from off the pace. And Brian Hernandez gave that horse a great ride. Tax actually ran against kind of the bias yesterday, so I thought she ran well.
3-year-old filly division's going to be fun. Obviously, pretty mischievous, though, is still the leader at this point. Game Misconduct, first-time starter, kicks off our post-parade.
Yeah, this one by Flame Away out of Friend Lakes mare for Javier Castellano, looking for back-to-back races.
Dangerous Driver, big price next door as well, the 2 at 29-1.
Yeah, Summer Front out of a Diner Former mare. You would think this would be all turf, and they're going to try the dirt today.
Apprentice Jose Gomez, surface switch, will be aboard. First Trumpet, Rosario again off all mounts today. Luis Saez here in this first-time starter for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, with all the money going to the first-time starter, the 9, you know, this horse is under the morning line here and taking a little bit of money. This horse bred by the University of Kentucky, if you're a Wildcat fan.
Ridgewood runner, Kenner Carmouche for Carlos Martin. You see that bullet drill out of the gate 2 back.
Yeah, and I think that's why this horse is 5-1. That bullet drill is over a training track. It's pretty fast work.
Devil's Playground, Dylan Davis for Mark Cassian, a first-time starter.
Interesting pedigree. And Into Mischief at a tribal rule mare. You usually see tribal rules standing out in California. And Dylan Davis aboard.
Even money on the first of 2 from Todd Pletcher. Here's the son of Army Mule Hall.
Well, I mean, you have the 9 and the 10, both Pletchers. They haven't been working together, but the workout reports say that the 9 may be a little bit quicker out of the gate, where this horse might be a little bit better going longer.
Flavian Pratt, 3-1. This one with a bullet gate drill July 2nd on the Belmont main track.
Yeah, and Flavian been right. I mean, we're focusing obviously on the Ortiz brothers, obviously, but Flavian's been riding unreal. And so this horse, I don't know about you, but looks like he's having fun out there.
And in from the also eligible list, Gary Richards gets the call here on Charlie Tough, first-time starter for the barn of Amira Shishakli.
Yeah, by Leo Frick. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember Leo Frick as a runner. They paid $6,000, so you don't have to pay much to get into this game here. And 23-1, big long shot.
Well, this one here for these powerful connections. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, St. Elias Stable, trained by Todd Pletcher. And here's the OBS work. And part of the reason this horse fetched $260,000.
You know, when you watch these sales, Josie, you really don't. I don't really know how to gauge them because you don't really know. But this horse worked sub-10. I mean, that's rolling. I don't care what you're on, pavement, whatever. But if you go a quarter of a mile sub-10, it's almost like a quarter horse somewhere in that area. But this horse supposedly a bullet out of the gate. But the 9 and the 10, when you look at the will pays, they're pretty comparable in the will pays. Although the 9 is getting bet down to even money.
Minute to post, late pick 5 coming up. Let's go to Jonathan. Your thoughts on this first leg of the pick 5, JK?
Well, this is a nice exercise to get us ready for Saratoga, right? It's you have the Todds, the Chads, the Brad Coxes that are going to, and the Christophe Clements as well, that are going to, and even the Bill Motts, that are going to have these first-time starters, and they're going to enter 2, and you have to try to play the game of which one is better. A lot of times the tote board can tell you a lot of what you need to see. The 9 and the 10, Falfurious, the 10, the 9 Hall, they're very similar, like you mentioned, in the double price, which makes me think that there's probably not a lot that separates the 2 of them. They both seem to be working well based on the workout report. And to be fair, I like the horses just drawn towards the outside. If they flipped them and the prices were a little bit different, then I would pick Hall. I don't have anything overly clever to suggest about those two. I will say this, though. The 10 Falfurious, this has nothing to do with my reasoning, but a town in Texas, so obviously I'm going to lean there. But, you know, I think one of those two horses does make a ton of sense for Todd Pletcher. They're both drawn well. They seem to be working well in the morning. So give me the one that's drawn outside and the higher price. The 4 Ridgewood Runner taking a little bit of money. The only other horse in here really taking any money is the 7 Devil's Playground. And Mark Cassidy can absolutely get one ready to run first time out. It's just all a matter of how they're kind of handling the racetrack, being out on the racetrack for the first time. So much of that has to do with, are these horses ready to run professionally? They might show talent in the morning, but it also matters how are they going to act in the afternoon, which is one of the reasons I feel like my friend Maggie Wolfendale is so important when we get up to Saratoga, and even now in these 2-year-old races. Mags, how's the 7 Devil's Playground coming into this race?
Well, JK, I just wish there was more of him. You kind of look at the 9 and the 10, the ones taking the bulk of the play, and even the 4. They're just a lot more filled out. They're a lot further down the road, proverbially speaking, with their physical development. Still a little bit slight. He's still a bit unfurnished, like he needs to strengthen up. He was professional until he got the tack on back in the paddock. He wanted to act up a little bit, but he kept a lid on it, which I appreciate, and he's done so out on the racetrack. So behaving well, but fitness, strength, I think there's some more development to do. And they did pay a lot for this guy as a yearling at the Fasig-Tipton October yearling sale. $400,000. Look, he is at Into Mischief. Into Mischief consistently hits at 16% with his 2-year-old debuters. But on the bottom, Dan was 4 for 20 on turf, and the siblings have been mediocre dirt sprinters. So at least there's, you know, some dirt with the siblings. But again, one that I just wanted to not necessarily, I just want to see him develop a bit more. Going back to the 10 quickly, Falfurious, I'm glad you solved the mystery, JK, as to where that name came from. As you guys saw, really headstrong in the warm-up. But Vladimir Pratt did a great job with him. He kind of let him do a little bit and brought him back. Again, JK and Paulie, you guys picked him. Totally not against him. Like I said, I just really like the workout from Hall. And Falfurious might need one just to kind of shake off those first race jitters, but I do think there's some talent with him for sure.
There he is. 2-1 second choice. Pletcher with the top 2 in the race. He's got the 6-5 favorite as well. Hall made a pretty nice impression on the racetrack, the 9.
They both did. And you could see that the wagering is starting to tighten up between the 2 Pletcher runners. And like JK and I were saying, there's not much difference in the pick 3s, the pick 5 well pays. It's been pretty chalky so far. So I have a feeling whichever one breaks a little better is going to be very, very tough.
We lean on the board to tell us and help lead us in the right direction, and especially in these 2-year-old races. They're telling you Hall is the one to play, but really not a ton separating these 2 from Pletcher.
No, it's not. Not at all. I mean, both these horses have been reportedly working well in the morning and not working with each other. Sometimes you'll find a duo that are in the same race that have kind of been working with each other. They have, and they've been on a different schedule. And the 10's got a July work where the 9's last work was in June. So it's going to be very interesting what happens.
Late pick 5. You see that pull over $600,000. Final pick 5 of this meet coming up. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off, stumbling beginning there for number 1, Game Misconduct, but he is still going out for the early lead. Passed there by Ridgewood Runner. Hall is on the outside. Game Misconduct is down at the rail in 3rd. Falfurious next in 4th, right alongside his first Trumpet. Then a length and a half back to Devil's Playground. And on the outside is a Dangerous Driver as the field goes around the turn. Charlie Tuff is a next to last. Dangerous Driver is the trailer. The leader here is Ridgewood Runner, challenged by the favorite Firster Hall. Hall's on the outside. Ridgewood Runner's down on the inside with Falfurious next in 3rd. And in behind is first Trumpet in 4th, followed by Game Misconduct. Devil's Playground far outside. Hall now takes over the lead. Hall is in front. and getting away from Ridgewood Runner. It's Hall by 3.5 lengths. Ridgewood Runner runs in second. Devil's Playground is next in third. Here is Hall, and he's going to win his debut. And Arad Ortiz Jr. has his third victory on the closing day card.
One back now of his younger brother, Arad Ortiz Jr., making a statement early on. Hall, impressive. First-time starter, 2-year-old with a big future here for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, very, very professional effort. You know, the one out broke the field, but Irad was able to take over. You know, goes left-handed. Don't really love the swishing tail part of it, but, you know, finishes the job. I tell you, the horse to watch out of this race is definitely the 7. The horse got left a little bit. Dylan Davis had to make a decision whether to go inside or outside. Kind of flattened out because of the bad beginning. The 10 kind of had no excuse and was a little bit green out there, and the money early was right on the right Pletcher horse, I guess, in here as it runs 9-4. I want to say the 7 picks up. I don't even know who ran 4th. I want to say it was either the 3 ran 4th.
3 of the 4 races Arad Ortiz Jr. has been in, he has won. And he came into the day 4 back of his younger brother for this riding title. And it seems like a tall order starting the day, and all of a sudden now he's just 1 away.
He's like Ted Williams. I don't need to sit out the doubleheader. You want me to hit 400? I'm going to catch my brother here.
9-4, 7-10. Hall, impressive. Runs to the, he looked like he was strutting leading up to this beginning here. And horse we're probably going to see in one of these early stakes at Saratoga for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I would think so. Definitely. You know, not the fastest time in the world, but this racetrack has gotten a little bit deeper with the rain. And that's when the horse just gets the job done, nice and easy. And I always tell everybody, when they come back to the winner's circle, don't they just look unbelievable? They never look like, they look shining. His ears are all pricked up. He's ready to go. He knows he's going to take his picture. It's like he just already got out of the shower. It's crazy.
Big effort, first time out. And Hall, 2-year-old son of Army Mule.
Look how beautiful. Look at him. Does he look like he just raced?
He knows he won.
Right?
He knows it's picture time.
They know they win. And I always tell everybody, oh, they say the horses don't know they win. I'll never forget when Zenyatta lost the blame. She wouldn't go back to the barn. She kept looking back at the winner's circle. They had to have like 5 grooms drag her because she's like, wait a second. I've always been in the winner's circle.
Every single time.
Every time. Because they know exactly where it's at, believe me.
9-4, 7-10. We'll have these prices coming up, 6-5 on your winners. We go back to Canterbury and a 2-turn mile in this condition claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have not won 2 races since February the 9th or who have never won 4 races, the condition here.
Yeah.
And it's Eisenstadt, the 2, who's the favorite.
Yeah, the 2's got, you know, Nevada Lifton and Lindy Wade. Very good combination and should show speed. I thought the 6, Feeding Frenzy, Jermaine Bridgman gets aboard. I know a horse comes from off the pace, but getting back on dirt I think might be the key. This horse got better dirt numbers than he has turf numbers.
And the 7 taking money outside as well. That's Last Martini. Cody Rosen. Drop down in class. Paul Allen, the call. Here's the 2nd from Canterbury.
Last Martini. Last in. They all set. And now, away they go. Release the beast. The spry 10-year-old at 20-1 pops the gate sweetly, but Eisenstadt on the class drop. The 8-year-old is also very spry and gallops to the lead. Right behind them is Mishko, that 8-year-old 4 lengths out of it, overtaken by Push Through. And as they go around the turn, Eisenstadt kicks clear by 4. Feeding Frenzy, the Minnesotan, 8 lengths from the lead to the inside of fellow Minnesotan Last Martini. And the one in last is Chest Candy up the barn side in race number 2. And number 2, Eisenstadt, looking to end up number 1. Lindy Wade slows down. Eisenstadt on the lead, gets into a nice fluid stride with about a half mile to go and leads it by 2.5. Push Through lay 2nd, 1.5 to the good of Mishko. That one's looking for his first win in a couple of years. He's being pushed on hard. Chest Candy revs up to the inside out of last, and Last Martini is making a wide move, 7 lengths behind Eisenstadt. Eisenstadt. Then it's Release the Beast, and Feeding Frenzy is tailed off. Around about the quarter pole, Eisenstadt at 3-2 shows the way. And Eisenstadt is out for a Sunday cruise with a 7-length lead. Chest Candy and Harry come flashing out of the crowd to the inside. Last Martini to the outside. Then it's Release the Beast into the final furlong. And Eisenstadt still has a massive lead. In fact, it's insurmountable. And Eisenstadt and Lindy Wade have dominated. Last Martini gets second, and Mishko ran third.
2.73 finish. Dominant performance here from this 8-year-old Eisenstadt for the 4th win of his career.
Drop in class, and like you said, an 8-year-old hasn't won in 2 years, but sometimes a drop in class is the cure. And Lindy Wade, when I was at Canterbury, had won his 1,000th career race. Gets the job done here, and these are the kind that you want to win on, the kind that you and I could have ridden, Greg. I mean,
Maybe.
2-1. Did that always go off at 2-1? Because was that a gift at 2-1? That was a gift.
Dominant win. Back to Belmont Hall. It's a very talented 2-year-old that we might be hearing some big things from. And Arad Ortiz Jr. with his first 4 mounts today. 3 victories to make this a very tight race for the meet title. 1 back of his brother now. 9.47 finish. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, he's got the next 2 off, so that's why I'm making him stick here and talk to me. But, Arad, let's talk about Hall. What a cool little dude. He was so professional about everything today.
Very cool horse. First time on it. Very professional. Since he get close to the pony, he don't even look at him. I mean, he was acting like an older horse. I walked there. He walked with me until I want to. Then I warm him up, and he was all business. He do everything I asked to do. He jog, I stop him, I walk him, he walk. He get into the gate, he stand like a professional. He broke like a older horse, and he do the rest. He was ready. Todd did a great job, like always with the babies too. He know how to bring them ready, and he was ready to win first time out.
It seems like something that we see often with the Army mules. They just come over ready to rock and roll. And when you ride the babies, is that what you described by him? Does that just give you so much confidence that you're probably going to win?
Army mule, I've been riding a few of them for Todd, actually, and they've been good first time out. They sharp, they got tactical speed, and I think it's a great sire. Army mule, and I don't think he's too expensive right now. So, I mean, I think he's a good sire. I mean, he got tactical speed, and they are professional. Todd bringing them ready. He did a great job.
And they handle every surface. You're 1 away from your brother. You said in the first race you're going to make it tight.
I mean, I'm trying. He have a wonderful meet. Me too. Steve did a great job for me, for him either. And I just try to do the best as every single chance the owners and trainer give me out there, and try to do the best I can. And we keep doing what we know. We keep doing, trying to do what we know, and hopefully things keep going like that, the way they is going right now.
Well, Ira, congratulations here, 3rd win on the day. It's been fun and a really nice horse here in Hall.
Yeah, it'd be great if I can catch up, Jose. That'd be very fun. It's gonna be very fun, but we're still happy for everything happening right now.
They make it close. He doesn't quite make the race like Hall, going to the lead, but he's coming from behind. He's a closer.
He's got 2 mounts left, okay? So 1 back now of his brother with 3 wins on today's card for Irad. He's on a 3-1 shot in race number 8. Don't mess with Tess. And then he's on a long shot in the last named One for My Brother.
Right.
To close out the card. I thought it was very interesting he showed up on that horse, who was 10-1 at pretty much the same level he's going to be running at in that nightcap coming up. A horse who didn't seem to have a huge chance, but had a bad break in that turf debut and adds blinkers. Maybe a little interesting in the nightcap.
Yeah, you make a great point, because if it comes down to that last race, One for My Brother, blinkers are going on, and I have a feeling that Irad Ortiz is going to push to the lead and say, catch me if you can.
By the way, Jose would have been on the massive favorite in the finale.
Yeah,
That horse
got
scratched. That was probably the biggest scratch on the card. We're going to take a timeout right around the corner next Thursday, opening day, Saratoga. We hope to see you there. Fans are already lining up, aren't they?
My lounge chairs are already there.
We'll be back right after this.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you, our final segment here on our FS1 coverage. Saratoga opening day, Thursday, July 13th. Crew making their way upstate over the next couple of days. Hope to see you on site. If not, we're going to have meet-long coverage. Every single race of the meet you will see on our Fox Sports coverage. And opening week, Thursday, we kick it off starting at 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Yeah, we're all excited. And stakes races every single day. And you can find us on Fox Sports 2 or Fox Sports 1 and Big Fox on some of the Saturdays as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And Saratoga is always a ton of fun. You always see a superstar. And this year is going to be very, very interesting because it's going to, it always does, but this year especially, it's going to decide a lot of Clips Awards, I think.
Yeah, it really is. There's so many, I don't know if we, in recent memory, we've had this many wide open divisions.
Yeah.
Including, of course, the 3-year-old picture with 3 different winners of the Triple Crown. So that Travers going to go a long way, as usual, in deciding a championship. Our coverage coming to a close here on FS1 NASCAR Race Day coming up next on the network. But our show will continue over on FS2. So you can see the rest of this card from Belmont on the final day of the meet over on FS2 coverage. Lafitte Pinkai stepping in for me. Stick around with Paulie here. Cannot wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. We will see everyone up there, but we got a few things to finish out here, including this riding title here between the Ortiz brothers.
Yeah, it's going to go right down to the last race.
2 mounts remain for Arad. 3 wins already for him. He's 1 back of his brother. We'll see you over on FS2 after a break.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, New to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today here at beautiful Belmont Park, closing day of the spring-summer meet. In fact, final day of racing this year at Belmont. Big Sandy undergoing a big makeover. Welcome, everyone, alongside Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Weren't you in Shelbyville, Indiana, like 5 minutes ago?
Seems like that.
It was a quick turnaround.
3:30 wake-up call.
Yeah. Welcome back. Great job yesterday.
Thank you.
Biggest day of the year at Horseshoe Indy. We'll have a chance to revisit some of the bigger races here at Belmont. And the story today, Paulie, what's taking place in this chase for a riding title at Belmont. Yeah. If I'm Jose Ortiz, if he was a baseball franchise, I'd say that bullpen is shaky because they're about to blow a big lead.
It's crazy. I mean, the killer instinct that Irad has as well, knowing going into this day that he's behind his brother, and you just knew that he was going to come up clutch in the first couple of races. He had live horses, and that he was going to make this very close. And it could come down to the last race today, and Jose's horse scratched in the last, was going to be one of the favorites.
Yes.
And now Irad's on a horse that could be showing speed. It's going to be very interesting what happens. And these two brothers are just, they're dynamos. I mean, you look at it and you tell yourself, okay, what two other brothers in any other sport are this accomplished? You know, you can go to Giannis Antetokounmpo, but his brother's not much. You can go to a lot of different ones. Caleb Martin's very good, but his other brother struggled. You know, when it comes to brothers, I don't know if there's two brothers in any sport right now that are up to par.
Mannings, Klitschko's, Williams sisters,
playing at the
in
same
terms
time.
of siblings.
Yeah, I would say the Williams sisters.
Siblings.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you know, one of the bigger stories leading up to the Super Bowl, the Kelsey brothers, right? And so it's a story I hope that because we see it so often, I just hope we never take it for granted, embrace it. It's going to be fun, and we'll see which brother winds up atop the standings at the end of the day. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You're just in time for the late pick 4, races 6 through 9 on this muggy Sunday on Long Island. Bonus coverage, Canterbury Downs continues in Shakopee, Minnesota. You'll see races 3 through 5. And yeah, this is the last pick 4 of the year at Belmont Park. You're going to want to get involved. Sign up. Naira Bets. Take advantage. Use that promo code and the $200 deposit match. Bonus 200 bonus code after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Just in time for the 6th, just a $30,000 claimer to kick off the sequence. Non-winners to lifetime, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course, Paulie. The favorite at 3-2. Wow, Paredes, who'd you come up with?
Well, I mean, I get where they're going with the 7. Paredes, the Godolphin horse that just missed, putting the blinkers on last time on the drop, but got beat by Provision. I thought the 1 was interesting in here for a ghostly price for Rudy Rod. I think that horse might run a big race. 8-5, maybe deservedly. We'll see what happens, but I thought that's a little too short for me.
9 minutes out, down to Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, I struggled with this race a bit while looking at it on paper, and I'm still not overly thrilled with Paredes, but judging him on what I have seen from him in his previous 2 starts off the bench, this is by far the strongest and most developed he's looked. He is a bit of a a lean, tubular individual in which they do have him affixed with that breastplate, because horses built like him, the saddle will have the propensity to slip back. There's just really not much wither or shoulder for it to kind of get stuck into, or barrel for that matter. So, but again, this is probably the best he's looked. And furthermore, I think he ran the best race last time out, in which several of these come out of. On June 15th, it was a slow pace. He was able to overcome that. And it was a day where you wanted to probably be saving ground, and he was just on this 3 to 4 wide hunt, circling the field around the turn, and really made up most ground of anyone that day. So I think he is a deserved favorite here, and really don't have any problems with him. Now, taking some money is one showing up for a tag for the first time in number 4, Mighty Atlas. Now, I wasn't in the paddock necessarily to look at him when he debuted on the turf, thank goodness, because it was the last race on Belmont Stakes Day. But I'm not sold on this horse being a turf horse. He didn't do much running that day. The blinkers do go on, so trying to get a horse who is completely, as of late, devoid of early speed, a little more in the game. He looks sensational overall, but again, I'm not totally convinced this is the right surface. He only improved marginally on the Buyers with that turf start. As we'll check in with one that runs by appointment only, and one that's never actually won a race. The 7-year-old Fast Gordon, making only his 10th career start for Linda Rice. Stranger things have happened. He looks great, though, off the bench. To be perfectly honest, just, you know, he's a long, kind of rangy type of horse that comes in here confident, happy, looks fit, which is sometimes a problem with Linda Rice's horses. They often look as though they need a race off the bench. But he looks ready to go here, and certainly give the Connections credit for being very patient.
Linda Rice, the patience. Fast Gordon off the bench. Maggie likes what she sees at a price 12-1, Paulie. And while the brothers continue to slug it out in search of that riding title for Linda Rice, she has wrapped things up and an 11th riding title on the NYRA circuit.
That's pretty crazy. Unbelievable. Great name, by the way.
Training title.
Training title, yeah.
Sorry.
Great name. I want to say fast. How did Flash Gordon? I forget the next line after that, but it was Flash.
Watch a lot of Flash Gordon.
Something like that. Flash Gordon was a great thing, but now if you see a men in tights, it could be a little creepy. Yeah, you know.
Fast Gordon and Jose Lizcano for Linda Rice, by a former Travers winner in Alpha in that dead heat with Golden Ticket about a decade ago.
Wow.
It all goes by pretty quickly.
Doesn't it?
You spoke with Kenny McPeak yesterday. He was involved. He had Golden Ticket.
Imagine that was gold. That's always the pari-mutuel. One horse is 50-1, the other one's whatever, and you got to share the price. You know what I mean? It's like, that was a crazy finish.
See how this one finishes with a 7-5 favorite, Paratus. Not as good as Cody's Wish, but Team Cody's Wish, Godolphin homebred, trained by Bill Mott, ridden by Junior Alvarado, and a post-parade brewing for this 6th race. Last pick 4 of the year at Belmont. $30,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. And we start with Ghostly Prince. There he is, and just not a lot of room to operate in his latest.
No, he didn't. And I think he's a nice little price play here at 7-1. I think he's got a big shot. He got back on the turf, and he's run 2 decent races. And he got kind of stopped last time, at least his momentum. And when you're at the $30,000 level, some of these horses can't restart.
We'll revisit that race. Number 3, Spetro, and a solid front-running effort in that race to finish 3rd.
Always shows a lot of speed, especially on the stretch out. And last time almost stole a race, but got run down by Paratus and Provision.
Mighty Atlas, blinkers on, class dropped, and a long shot in Strong Light. 1 for 20 lifetime.
Well, you like the charcoal gray there a little bit. Strong Light by Brody's Cause. Big long shot at 38-1.
Number 6, No Regard, back to the distance of his one victory if you're looking for a positive.
Yeah, John Terranova will have the favorite in the next race, You're My Girl, but this one by Astern, probably better off the pace with that win in the maiden 40.
Paratus, expect him to do his best running late.
Yeah, and you know what? When you look at Paratus, he's faced up to the mark. He's faced some good horses, so probably should have got the job done last time. He's the one to beat.
General's Duty. Leading rider by 1 win. Jose Ortiz takes over.
Yeah, can Jose throw the counter punch at his brother right here with a 1?
Bullpen looking shaky. Most wanted man. Good to see Louis Saez back in New York, and then Fast Gordon to the outside for leading trainer Linda Rice.
Yeah, and listen, you don't pay $350,000 for a son of Alpha who stands for $5,000. You don't think this horse is going to have some potential. He has not reached it yet. He's 7 and only got 9 races. Pretty crazy, but he's 12-1.
3 minutes out, late pick 4, 6 from Belmont. When we come back, Belmont, of course, the youngest trainer ever inducted into the Hall of Fame, ready to unleash a stable of stars at the Spa. Cody's Wish, Elite Power, Warlike Goddess. The list goes on and on and on. And he has the favorite in the 6th, Imperatus.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 6, closing day, Spring Summer Meet Belmont. Late pick 4 starts here. $30,000 claimer. You see the updated odds. While Paratus is the favorite, JK is with us. We're looking at Ghostly Prince. JK, normally an inside post. Turf racing, that's a good thing, right? But for Ghostly Prince, he was on the inside in his last race, and he was bottled up for much of the stretch.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lafitte. Look, the 7 Paratus makes a ton of sense, and they're betting this horse accordingly. But if you watch the common race, I love it when horses, or there's 3 or 4 horses in one race that I'm looking to bet today, come out of a common race. Because you can watch that race back and really judge how much better or worse one of the horses is than the other. And Paratus, I thought, ran extremely well. Deserves to be the favorite in here. But if you look at what the one Ghostly Prince went through in that race and how that horse was finishing, only beating a couple lengths, maybe a length and a half, 2 lengths by the horse that's 8-5 right now. You're getting 8-1 on Ghostly Prince. I think you can actually find some value in there. Ghostly Prince was stuck down on the inside. It wasn't a courage thing. This horse wasn't comfortable being down there. This horse stayed in a nice trip all the way around there. And then really just as they got into the stretch, was just stuck and couldn't really be set down. Think about it if you live in a big city, just kind of being stuck in traffic. You're just in behind. It doesn't matter how much gas you have or if you're in a Ferrari or not. If there's a car in front of you, you just can't go. Once he finally got into the clear, he punched it a little bit and had a little bit of a kick, but just was out of time at that point. So I think when you're looking at the price differential between the 1 and the 7, I think you have to like the 1 from a price standpoint, even though I think they're all extremely live. Mags?
Yeah, I would agree with you, JK. I had no problems at all with what I saw from Ghostly Prince. Do want to talk about a horse returning to the NYRA circuit from Gulfstream Park, and that's number 9, Most Wanted Man. I've never seen him before, so I was a little shocked to walk into the paddock and see a pony. He's barely 15 hands. He is tiny, and he is coming off of a bad effort. Though I will say I don't think he necessarily got over that very kind of beat up turf course. If you just watch, as soon as he broke, he was just kind of like, oh, this isn't great. And then he had this ridiculous trip where he went up 4 wide down the backside and just had little left. Prior to that, he has races that make him a player. I just wish I was more impressed with what I saw from him physically. Lafitte, he is really small. You look at him next to the pony. You can, if he gets up next to him, see, you can barely see him anymore.
Herat fans, that is your horse. Like Megahertz fans, that is your horse.
Hey,
the
man,
tiny, most wanted man.
Stop ripping on
Who's
little
ripping?
people.
Megahertz was you could fit her in your pocket. She was a dynamo.
She was a dynamo. Wow, for the great Bobby Frankel. She used to launch from way out of it. Yeah, she is a little pocket rocket. Wow. But hey, sometimes 5'8" guys make it to the big leagues.
Sometimes they make it to 4 Major League All-Star games. Luis Saez, he's like 5 foot. Saratoga riding title a couple years back. Let's see what he does with the tiny, most wanted man. All set for the late pick 4. Final check of the toe board reading. 8-5, late running Paratus in the Godolphin Blue with Junior Alvarado. Johnny I standing by, post time for the 6th closing day. Belmont.
Set for the start of race 6. And they're off. Spetro right out for the early lead with Ghostly Prince not far behind and racing in second. Then comes No Regard in third. From the far outside, Fast Gordon quickly moves up as they go around the turn and head for the backstretch. It is Spetro who has the lead. Fast Gordon has advanced into second. Ghostly Prince down at the hedge and racing in third. No Regard is next in fourth. Then comes General's Duty in fifth. To his inside is Mighty Atlas. And then it is Strong Light, followed on the outside by Most Wanted Man. And Paratus is the trailer in ninth. The quarter, 26 seconds. Spetro setting this slow pace and leading by 3/4 of a length. Fast Gordon remains in second, length and a half to a Ghostly Prince and No Regard. They are right together, third and fourth. Then comes the trio of General's Duty, Most Wanted Man, and Mighty Atlas down on the inside. Then it is Paratus and the gray Strong Light. Half mile, 51 and 4. Spetro continues to lead. The lead is now 2 lengths with Fast Gordon racing in second. Ghostly Prince in third and now moving up towards the inside. No Regard is next in a fourth. General's Duty's in between horses. Most Wanted Man will be forced wide into the stretch. Down on the inside is Mighty Atlas. The field coming into the stretch with Spetro in front by 4 lengths now. Ghostly Prince runs in second. Then Mighty Atlas, followed by General's Duty and Fast Gordon. Spetro looking to take them wire to wire. It is Spetro, and he's done it here under Trevor McCarthy. Ghostly Prince completes the exacta.
Dictating the tempo throughout, in control from Jump Street. Spetro at 8-1 to kick off the late pick 4 at Belmont.
Yeah, listen, when you let a horse, I understand this horse walked on the front end last time in 1:15 and got passed by Provision and Paratus. Today they went slower. And here's the thing, he finished up in 1:45 and 1. He ran probably the same exact time that he ran last time. It's just that I kept yelling at you going, Jose, go with the 1. Go with the 1. The 3 has put the 10 away. You got to engage your horse underneath. The 1 was trying to get to the 3, but at that time, the race was completely over. Great job by Trevor. 139 for the mile. I mean, these are 30 non-twos. That's usually 10,000 non-twos go 139 for the mile.
You could see he just rebroke.
Yep.
Spetro, Trevor McCarthy, bold run, Ghostly Prince. As you mentioned, you would have liked to have seen him engage Spetro earlier. For the favorite off the board, Paratus completely against the grain. As slow as the pace was, as far back as he was, way too much work to do.
Broke that too, yeah.
All right, so stay tuned for those results. Belmont 3-1-4-8. Live look Canterbury. Gearing up for the 4th on the program. 3rd on the program. $16,000 claiming turf sprint 3-year-olds and older favorite towards the outside here. St. Charles, Paulie, at 7-5.
You know, when I looked at this race, I'm like, St. Charles should walk to the front end. There's not much pace in here. But then you kind of look at his turf efforts and you wonder, is he a better dirt horse? He's got 2 wins. One, I get it, is on the turf, but it was when he was a 2-year-old, got a 37 buyer. His last win was a lot bigger. But when I look at this race, he should get to the front end. So I'll stick with him, but I don't know if I want to go 7-5.
Harry Hernandez, St. Charles the favorite. Paul Allen standing by, voice of the Minnesota Vikings, voice of Canterbury Park. Post time for the 3rd.
St. Charles 6-5 and favored. Direct Action next in line, followed by Jordan Struck, Grant Ridpath, and St. Charles last in line. Here they come. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Scary at Canterbury. Swift beginning for the favored St. Charles. And St. Charles with a killer crossover gets down near the inside with a 2-length lead. Not a Cry also is blazing. So is Scatamaran. And right behind them is Direct Action. About a length behind that, Summer All Year, who just had to check. And Summer All Year is overtaken by Scary at Canterbury and Wind River. Speaking of the wind, they're chasing the wind in the shape of St. Charles, and St. Charles leads it by 3. Not a Cry still in second. Outside of that, Scatamaran, and on the far outside is Direct Action. St. Charles, the one to catch and the one to beat inside the final football field. St. Charles scoring all the touchdowns and dominating.
Some Jamal Charles there from St. Charles. Paul Allen, he mentioned that killer crossover right from the start. The outside box, he said the key was his speed. Hernandez used it, and St. Charles made the lead, never looked back.
Yeah, for a lot of people that don't know, the man that's on the back of this horse, Harry Hernandez, is about due to make a jump to a bigger racetrack. He's represented by one of our colleagues, Gary Stevens, his older brother, Scott Stevens. For a lot of people who don't know, he's got the most mounts ever at Canterbury and the most wins ever at Turf Paradise. Wow. His brother was a heck of a rider, too, as well. And he's got Harry Hernandez's book, and I think the next step is going to be to a bigger racetrack. He's very, very talented.
The theme of the 2 races you saw in the last, 4 minutes, speed on grass, St. Charles at Canterbury, and here, he didn't have to go that fast. I don't know that the times, the fractions were necessarily accurate, but he was able to control throughout. Spectra, wire-to-wire, $18 to start the late pick 4.
Good job by Charlie Baker here. This is another one that was 0 for 9 the last 2 years. He's never won over the Belmont turf. But Trevor McCarthy was able to basically steal it on the front end, and a heck of a ride by him. He had a nice little price, and this will spice up the late pick 5 after a chalky early pick 5.
How did he steal it? Let's find out. Winning pilot Trevor McCarthy with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Don't worry, Trevor. I'm not going to tell the police about you stealing this race because 26:51. Wow, did you think you were going that slow?
Yeah, you know, the plan was to go to the lead, and Charlie was kind of like, just make sure he stays clear. And I said to Charlie, don't worry. If we get an easy first half, I'm going to kick him away the last half. And, you know, and I was able to take another breather and be a length in front and slow him down and get that 52. I was like, this is way too good to be true. And coming to the half, I'm like, just wait. And then I'm like, no, don't wait, just go. So, look, it worked out really well. He's got a super big stride, and, you know, I think that 52 just helped him win today.
Yeah, getting in the rhythm. You could see his ears are up, too. He just looks so happy out there.
Yeah, he's a really cool horse to ride. I got to ride him over the fall, and I was second on him that day. And I kind of asked Charlie about him the other day. Just, hey, so he ran good, you know, and just kind of put the option out there for him that I was interested. And sure enough, he gave us the opportunity, and it paid off. So thanks to Charlie.
How often do you do that? You remember a horse that you rode, maybe didn't ride him thereafter. How often do you go back and try to grab one?
Yeah, I mean, we do it as much as you can. And in a tough colony like this, it's kind of hard to move off some really elite riders. But, you know, I just feel sometimes you kind of just have to take a shot. You never know when they're going to get tied up, and, you know, you're kind of fresh in their mind. So it works out nice.
It worked out nice for you, Charlie, and Spetro today. Trevor, congratulations.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Trevor McCarthy, as you said, Lafitte, he totally stole this one on the front end. Spetro, happy as can be, bounding along there and gets the win.
Too good to be true, he said, especially if you had him at 8-1. Spetro at Belmont. Meantime, yesterday, yeah, he came to play yesterday, didn't he? Charge it, first stakes win since last year's Dwyer Demolition, and Maple Leaf Mel in the victory ride. Still perfect. What a story. We will see you in the test at Saratoga, young lady.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Three races left at the Spring Summer Meet Belmont. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. So much excitement for Saratoga opening day on Thursday, but closing weekend here at Belmont. We have the story today with the brothers, Jose and Arad, who's going to emerge victorious with the riding title. And yesterday, the 4 stakes races, the 2 grade ones on grass, and then the activity on dirt, starting with 3-year-old fillies in the victory ride, and an undefeated New York bred Polly, Maple Leaf Mel. What a filly, what a story.
Yeah, she just refuses to lose. And I think a lot of people took her for granted yesterday. I looked up at the board, I'm like, wow, she went off at 5-2. Look at her ears. She's just loving every minute of it. And I was standing and I was like, they are not going by her. And it was just a nice little hand ride to the wire. She had so much left here. I honestly think she's getting better. The coach has got to be ecstatic. And you know, she's undefeated for a reason. And she brings her A game. And she beat a pretty salty field yesterday.
Handled him.
Yep.
2-time Super Bowl winning head coach Bill Parcells, as Polly mentioned. The story, though, Mel Giddings, her trainer, former assistant to Maya Engelhart. She's out on her own and training this filly to a graded stakes win in the victory ride. The sky is the limit with the Grade 1 test on the horizon at Saratoga. Maggie, you had a chance to speak with Mel shortly after the race, and while I was waiting to see just a sheer jubilation and excitement, the sense I got was just like, we got through it in relief.
Absolutely. I think when you have a horse that is riding a win streak, you just want to get them out there, get it done, and pray that they win again. I remember talking to Hall of Famer Bill Mott when Cigar was on his 16 race win streak, and it, as he said, it just became relief as opposed to jubilation. But Mel, she's a reserve type in her own right. So proud of her. I think she was holding a lot of it inside. She's been through so much and so much through this game as well. So her teaming up with Sean Bridgman, and they've carved out a nice little niche for themselves as she's gone out on her own. And how amazing is it that the coach, Bill Parcells, gives her the opportunity, because he knows how hard she's worked in the barn of Jeremiah Engelhardt to get to where they are with this filly. And I was suspect, you know, Lafitte going in here, that she's going to face other pace pressure. Will she be able to flick them off as she had against some lesser foes? The answer, emphatically yes, as she was so quick away. And the fact that Joel Rosario, turning for home, was still a statue and, as you said, shook the reins at her and she opened up again, gives me confidence for her getting that grade 1 7-furlong test distance.
The big kiss on the snout, Joel Rosario, Mel Giddings, Maple Leaf Mel, named after Mel. Get the water truck off the silks. The guy won 2 Super Bowls. Bill Parcells, 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach. What Maggie's talking about, Paul, a sprinter that can give you a second move. A lot of sprinters just take a deep breath, go as fast as they can, as far as they can. She will give you a second move in the stretch.
Yeah, she rebroke yesterday, definitely. And, you know, Mig talks about when you go to the front end, you try to give your horse a little bit of a breather so she'll have more in the stretch. But Maggie made a very, very good point. She just outfooted him early, outfooted him late. Just nobody could keep up with her the whole way around the racetrack. And that's tough to do. There's 2 things that are tough to do, in my opinion, when it comes to a horse race, is to take a good field, gate to wire like she did, keep him at bay the whole way around, or do what Cody Wish did and just circle everybody, and then you're just much the best. But she's just showing that if you let her get in front, she's going to beat you. And I also think that the way she finishes, Lafitte, if somebody's faster than her, she can rate. I think she's very rateable. And again, just big ups to Mel. And to see her with the emotions crying in the winner's circle, that's all you needed to see.
So many layers to the story. Bill Parcells, New York bred, undefeated. And Mel Giddings. We look forward to the grade 1 test. And then the Suburban here in a key prep moving forward for older horses marching towards a Breeders' Cup Classic, marching towards the Whitney at Saratoga. And Charge It, his first stakes win since that 52-leg win in the Dwyer last year, in command in John Velasquez here. Charge It, confidence-building performance for everyone around this colt.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a confidence builder. At the end of the day, he won this race. I get it. Tonal Impact does not want to go 1.25 miles. He wants to go 1 mile, if that. And a lot of people are like, what happened to Tonal Impact? He's a dead closer, and everybody thinks, okay, a dead closer going farther is better. No, it's the opposite. And I get it. He got the job done. I'm taking nothing away for Charge It. He did not beat much, but again, he's had a couple of these races when he's won by open lengths, but then when he gets into a tiny bit of a dogfight, I just got to see it. But congratulations, a grade 2 win under his belt. And Johnny V seems like he's been making the right calls, too, of late.
He seemed pretty excited after the race. Todd Fletcher, you could tell there had been some previous frustration when he told Maggie in the paddock. He's like, he trains in the morning like he can do anything. But it's been a struggle in the afternoon. And for Mandy Pope, leading Charge It into the winner's circle there. And interesting to see where he goes from that race moving forward as far as fulfilling some of the potential we know he has, but some of the major disappointments like the Met Mile on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes where he was just kind of dull and one-paced.
He's a confusing horse to figure out. I think he's ultra talented. Of course he is, because sometimes he just brings these A games like he did yesterday and like he did when he won the Dwyer by like 20. You just wonder if somebody looks him in the eye, can he do that? Because when in the Dwyer he got away. Yesterday he got away. When he's by himself, he's a monster. But when he's got somebody looking in the eye, can he raid off somebody or somebody challenge him? That's the one issue you got with him.
Look forward to seeing what Charge It does in the future. A terrific closing weekend here at Belmont Park. Still have 3 races coming up. The 7th in about 13 minutes. New York breds. 6-furlong sprint. Scratch Athena Beach. Key Scratch, you're my girl. No surprise, the 1-2 favorite. All set for her 3-year-old debut, Luis Saez, in the saddle. When we come back, You know, he really does embrace that 007 thing, doesn't he? Bond, James Bond, while most ship to Saratoga, he has home court advantage for him and the team. That story's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back. I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, straining with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He run 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and, you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medel d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? we got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Gotta love it. All those years, best friends, great things have happened. How cool is that facility as you look at Fancy Feline trained by James Bond, Paulie? Like, she stays in a much nicer place than most up in the summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, really does. And I love the 007 Silks. It's on the side of his barn.
Yep.
It's the first thing you see when you drive, when you make that little right hook. If you want to go left, you go to the Oklahoma track, right? You see James Bond's barn, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Some good stuff there. And, you know, those that's the serenity that you get up in Saratoga. So a lot of horses that are kind of bad actors, they really like it up there because you just see the way James has his setup. The horses are around nature, and they love that. And that's the one big part about Saratoga. When you get settled there, that's the one place. I know a lot of people don't believe in horse for course. You know, one of our colleagues in being Andy, but it's the one place where if you like Saratoga, you like Saratoga's horse.
Incoming text in 3.
Yeah, 2. 1, not yet.
Or a tweet, even better. We'll see about James Bond's Fancy Feline trying to pull off the upset. Post-parade, there's Miss Stone's favorite in her first pair. Not today, though.
You know, Miss Stone's could be the speed of the speed in here. It depends what happens with your and my girl off the layoff with Louis Saez now aboard, who's obviously a little bit more aggressive than Joel, but I would think Javier's going to send from the rail.
A lot of speed inside. Tuscanova Beauty, quick filly. She'll be in the mix early.
Yeah, Nazario Alvarado. He's ridden a couple here today. Yeah, this horse is showing speed at Finger Lakes.
You're My Girl. Last seen in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last fall.
You know, and she was second in the Frazette against Open Company. She won by 14.5 lengths in her debut last year against New York Breds. This is the first time she's back in with them.
56-1 Majestic return back to dirt off since mid-May.
Another horse that does have a little bit of speed. They tried turf last time, and she didn't break at all. So maybe a better break in dirt will help.
Powerhouse connections that you don't get at that price. Disruption 11-1.
I'm surprised. Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown. Usually Chad off this kind of layoff is really sharp, and Flavian and him usually get bet. But 11-1, you're right. This horse is not getting much money.
Number 6, Towering Gaze, most experienced, 32nd career start.
Yeah, 3 for 31 lifetime. Claimed 2 back by Rob Alchus. Now second start, Dilly Dill in the irons, Dilly Davis.
I'm having a moment. Make the rider Junior Alvarado takes over for Johnny Velasquez.
We always have a moment, don't we?
Many.
This horse, obviously, they tried turf. The first turf start was good. The second one was bad, but the dirt races have been okay.
Fancy Feline for James Bond.
Yeah, for Jimmy Bond. This horse is 2 for 17 lifetime, 1 for 13 the last few years. Comes from way out of it. And a big scratch of the 9 year because that was another horse that was going to bring more speed to the party.
That is the field. Yeah, lots of speed down towards the inside. And an odds-on favorite with the back class 2 to 5 in You're My Girl. This good allowance race, New York breds, fillies, and mares. As we welcome in a New York bred back to the broadcast. Richie, what are you noticing from You're My Girl, runner-up in last year's Grade 1 Frazette?
Well, the feed, I mean, I'm seeing a filly that looks ultra fit in the 3, You're My Girl. And I spoke with John Terranova about her and the steps she made from 2 to 3. He and his wife Tanya are very happy with the way You're My Girl is training. He did share with me that she was ready to run. They were actually going to run in the Beaumont earlier this spring. She had trained really well at Tampa Bay Downs over the winter, which is a great racetrack to get horses ready on. And the day before they were going to ship to Kentucky, she got sick. He said he had to send her to the farm. It took her a while to get over it. But since she's gotten to Belmont Park, she is trained better and better and better, and they just seem really excited about getting her started again. This is a place to begin. It seems like they've got some lofty aspirations this year, and why not? I mean, this is a filly that certainly did not embarrass herself in the Breeders' Cup, and she's also Grade 1 placed already, so a real nice prospect. The one horse, Miss Stones, looks terrific. This daughter of Bustin' Stones has been so quick away from the starting gate. Chased a fast pace last time. I think from the inside she gets away clean. I would look for Javier Castellano to try to take them gate to wire. The 7 horse, I'm having a moment. It's just such a good-looking daughter of Uncle Mo. She's really always been very impressive from a physical standpoint. I like her getting back to the dirt. I just wonder if she can find her better races. It looked like early on like there was potential for her to really go on for Tom Gallo's Dreammaker stable, Dreammaker Racing, and Bruce Lunsford. And then the outside horse, a horse that I'm just always enamored with. Great looking filly, fancy feline from Jimmy Bond Barn. And anytime we run a feature, I elevate those horses when we run a feature on Connections there. But she's just such a dark bay, almost black looking filly. And I just always have had an affinity for her, got a great eye on her, and she really could not look any better from a physical standpoint, being up there in Saratoga with Jimmy Bond's main base of horses. And I'm sure Jim and Tina Bond are really excited about everybody getting to town, although dinner renovations get a little bit harder to come by.
Home court advantage. And here, Fancy Feline trying to pull off a significant upset, 17-1. You're My Girl. Strictly the one to beat, 1-2, and this is a big part of the reason why, Paulie. This was last fall's Grade 1 Frizette at Aqueduct in the slop. You're My Girl. You'll see her tackled by Chocolate Gelato, but she's not done and keeps fighting on the inside.
No, she really did. She came off, this was her second career start, and they dropped her into a Grade 1, and she just made a great account of herself. Like I said, she won so impressive first time out, and she's trying to battle back. You could see at one point, I don't know if Joelle was going to try to get outside of Chocolate Gelato at one time, and maybe that would have made the difference. And it was a great job of the jockey on Chocolate Gelato to keep him kind of pinned in, a younger filly, but I thought she handled it well. And, you know, Mig made a good point. She drew the inside in the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies, and she kind of had a funky trip, but she split that field. Wonder Will obviously won that race, but, you know, you see everybody, a lot of weight on her, but she's going to be tough in here.
JK, as for the layoff, I mean, she won her debut by 14, so I guess she can fire fresh.
Lafitte, no longer layoff than your first start. She was 2 years old, so she came in off a 2-year layoff, and she ran off the screen with a very fast number. Look, I'm going to be pretty simple when it comes to You're My Girl. It's racing. Things happen. You're My Girl ran a 101 time form U.S. in the Frizette. She came back in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Fillies didn't run that great, ran a 98. So 98 and 101, keep those numbers in your mind. Every other horse and look, she was also a 2-year-old when she earned those figures of 98 and 101. Every other horse in this race, the highest number ever run of any of these horses is the 2 Toscanova Beauty. She ran 100 last time at 2 times back at Finger Lakes. She's a 4-year-old. So that's her best. She's not going to take another step forward. We know what she is. You're My Girl was running numbers that Toscanova Beauty ran when she was a 2-year-old. Now she shows up here as a 3-year-old. It seems like she's been ready for a while. I would imagine that those lofty goals that they're looking for is run here and then start targeting Maple Leaf Mel in a race like the Test, I would imagine, if she shows up here like she's supposed to. She's supposed to run significantly faster than she did as a 2-year-old because she's now a grown-up 3-year-old. There's always the situation is, did she grow up? Is she going to take that step forward? I'm not too worried about it. I think she's going to be very tough to beat at 2-5.
Has that star potential? In short, JK saying a mismatch on paper. We'll see. You're My Girl. Odds on. Johnny I standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It is Majestic Return. Miss Stone's down at the rail. Disruption is running in 3rd. I'm Having a Moment is next in 4th. And You're My Girl is 5th at this point, but 5 lengths from the front. And then comes Towering Gaze. On the extreme outside is Fancy Feline, and the trailer is Toscanova Beauty in 8th. It is Miss Stones who leads by a half length through a quarter in 22-1. Majestic Return is on the outside. I'm Having a Moment is gaining now from 3rd. Disruption runs in 4th. You're My Girl down on the inside and in 5th. Still 5 or 6 lengths from the lead. Fancy Feline making up some ground on the outside. It is Majestic Return. I'm Having a Moment now up to challenge. Miss Stones is back running in 3rd. The half mile in 45-3. Here is I'm Having a Moment on the outside to grab the lead from Majestic Return. I'm Having a Moment in front. Majestic Return is 2nd. Fancy Feline has moved into 3rd. I'm Having a Moment drawing away here in the stretch. I'm Having a Moment. And Junior Alvarado. Fancy Feline comes on to run 2nd. Majestic Return was 3rd.
And that's why they run the races. I'm Having a Moment. Junior Alvarado, circling back to that form Richie touched on earlier. 5-1 at post time. The odds-on favorite, You're My Girl, disappointing off the board, off the bridle, midway around the far turn.
Yeah, she was just never involved at all. You could see Louis Sides would encourage her out of the gate, and she really didn't break that well. She just never got, I guess, into the race. But to take nothing away from the winner here, I'm Having a Moment. And Junior Alvarado back aboard a horse that, was on the turf the last 2 times and then back to dirt. The dirt races have been a lot better. So it played out in the 4th, 56-1, Majestic Return. Kendrick Carmouche trying to cause a long and a big upset here, but the 8 here, Fancy Feline will swallow up 2nd with Jose Ortiz.
2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers. Fancy Feline, James Bond, 21-1. Majestic Return, as you mentioned, 56-1. Towering Gaze, 50-1. That's what happens when an odds-on favorite like You're My Girl comes up short and finishes off the board. And she never looked like a winner, Paulie.
No, she didn't.
Sluggish leaving the gate, sluggish throughout. Disappointing.
No, and you have the 1 off the board and the 3 off the board. There were your 3rd and 4th choice. My goodness. I hope you live on 7846 Belmont Lane and you have this superfecta.
Dreammaker Racing, Bruce Lunsford, congrats. The Hall of Famer Belmont had I'm Having a Moment ready to roll. Pick up mount, Junior Alvarado. And she was impressive. 7-8-4-6 results, reaction when we come back following the 7th. 2 left in the spring-summer meet at Belmont Park.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass.
Seven in the books, closing day. Belmont Park, welcome back. America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Junior Alvarado entering the winner's circle. I'm having a moment. They took pictures. He got off the horse, and now he's standing by with Richie, still in the winner's circle.
Yeah, here with Junior Alvarado. Nice ride here with I'm having a moment. It looked like she was always traveling really well around the turn.
Yeah, actually, that's what I told Liana when I just came back. I told her, like, man, like, she was a winner the whole way around. Like, I just was hoping they went with her for home. She weren't fooling me. But, I mean, like I say, every step of the way that she was traveling, picking up horses, I mean, she looked like she was a 3 to 5 of the race, actually.
Junior, yesterday you lost the winner. Johnny Velazquez picked it up. Today, Johnny Velazquez took off a winner, and you picked it up. It's funny how this game works out.
Hey, it is, I was really kicking my head, but, at the same time, if you don't feel 100%, you have to be 120 to ride horses. So, if you don't feel it completely 100%, you might as well don't put anyone in danger out there and I had to do what I had to do. But, today we're feeling great and, pick up a winner today.
In 100% agreement with that. Junior, we're going to Saratoga, always tough up there. You got some nice horses to ride. How excited are you looking forward to horses like Cody's Wish?
Yeah, it's been exciting. I've been working there for the past three weeks at Saratoga, working a lot of babies for Mr. Mott. And, he has a nice string of babies. So, I'm pretty excited for them too, the older horses, of course, but, the young ones coming up, it seems pretty nice, so.
Well, it's a great combination, you and Belmont. It's always nice to see when a trainer and a jockey have so much confidence in each other. And Lafitte, you hear that? He's already been going up there for the last few weeks, working babies, getting ready for the Saratoga meeting. So you got to love the work ethic. Also, briefly, I spoke with Luis Saez, who did ride the favorite, You're My Girl. He said she was just dull, broke okay. He said he just never had any horse underneath him. She was never traveling. Said she handled the kickback fine, just a dull effort from the favorite.
Really disappointing, Richie. Thanks so much for passing along. Just a sluggish effort from a grade 1 place filly making her 3-year-old debut. Did not have it today, Paulie. I'm having a moment, and Junior Alvarado, they did.
Yeah, and you can credit to them. Billy Mott has been on fire with a lot of his horses. A filly by Uncle Mo out of Distorted Humor Mare, Dreammaker Racing, and Bruce Lunford. And there's the late pick 5 follow along. And after Hall, which a lot of people did have, the pick 3 was crushed to You're My Girl. So now you're looking at a nice little path. You just need to get the next 2 home with Spetro, Gate to Wire, and I'm not having a moment as your second choice. So 634,000, and that all goes away today, people.
Yeah, the mandatory payout in the pick 6. It's going to pay that. It's going to play that much bigger with the odds-on favorite. A single and many tickets off the board. I'm having a moment. In the 7th, and this is the moment we can't wait for. Opening day on Thursday, 155th season of racing at Saratoga. Yes, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. More than a million fans over the last few years. Red Ortiz has won multiple riding titles. Johnny Velazquez, several Travers. He's won more than 1,000 races at the Spa. The fans can't wait, and you can hear it from the connections as well. Owners, trainers, jockeys, Paulie, that can't wait to get this 40-day party started.
No, we all can't wait for this party started. I mean, Saratoga is our special time of the year as well. We take pride in every show we do, but when you go up there, you get to meet people from all over the place. That's the best part about it. It's just, you mingle, you walk through the fans. It's a ton of fun, and there you see the schedule that's going to be on Fox. It's a smorgasbord.
6 straight Saturdays on Fox. Some of the biggest races at Saratoga. Some are at Saratoga. Only on Fox. And one of those races, Paulie, I know, more so than any other, you're really looking forward to.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to the Whitney. I can't wait to see Cody's Wish. It's just such an unbelievable story, first of all, with Cody Dorman. But second of all, the horse is a freak. I know that gets thrown around a lot, but his last effort was kind of freaky. I mean, you just don't circle a grade 1 field in a very, very prestigious race like the Met Mile like he did. And, now at age 5, they're thinking, okay, let's give him the opportunity to get the distance. He's accomplished everything that he's accomplished from 6 furlongs all the way to a mile. And I think he's going to handle it. He's got such an efficient stride. And when you watch him run, he does not wear blinkers, but I have never seen he does not wander. His head is straight forward. He focuses on his job.
He can take dirt just fine.
Yeah. He's unbelievable. He's just it's just so efficient. And, when Junior talked about it, he said, maybe he wasn't mature last year. He's a lot mature this year. And I just think he's so talented. He's going to love the distance. I really do.
The story Cody Dorman is the stuff Hollywood scripts are made of. As you mentioned, the brilliance of the horse. A big moment for Belmont. That was his first ever win in the Met Mile. He started his first Met Mile runner back in 1985, Taylor Special. That was also his first Derby starter. And Belmont has, this is surprising, never won the Whitney. That horse, this story, that day, it is going to be electric at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's going to be electric. I mean, Cody's Wishes already has a following, and if a lot of people don't know, Cody Dorman is a young handicapped kid that is taken to this horse. The horse is named after him, and Cody's Wish, the horse, every time he wins, he lays his head right on Cody's shoulder. He knows who he is, and it's almost to the point where the horse is running for Cody. Everybody thinks that, Cody gets special out of it. He does. Cody loves every minute of it. He knows what's going on as well, but Cody's Wish, he's running for Cody, and I have a feeling he's going to run a big race in the Whitney for him.
I like the new challenge. Can he be as effective? We'll see what he does. The 2 turns, mile and an eighth on the in the Whitney. Opening week coverage. We'd love to see all of you there. If you can't make it up to Saratoga, tune in. You won't miss a moment. Every race, every day on Fox. We get started 12:30. First post for the opening day program just after 1 on Fox Sports 2. Of course, the Grade 1 Diana on Saturday. All that coming your way. Opening day from Saratoga on Thursday. I would say it's kind of a summer vacation, but not really. For us, it's like summer school, but we look forward to seeing all of you there. And the coverage does continue moving from Fox Sports 2. We'll see you back on Fox Sports 1. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the races. Handsome Pony. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just 2 races left of the meet. In fact, the final 2 races at Belmont this year. The fall meet, once again, will be Belmont at Aqueduct, but still following a very important, intriguing story here, Paulie. The brothers Ortiz slugging it out with 2 races left for a riding title here.
Yes, Jose Ortiz has got 1 win on his brother right now. Irad Ortiz, he had 4 going into the day, but Irad's already clicked 3 off. If you're just joining us right now. And yeah, 59-58. Now, the crazy part about it is, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, the last horse that he rides, Irad, won for my brother. I mean, is that even like
perfect?
It cannot even be more scripted than that. So a little bit of a long shot, but Irad has another amount too as well. It's just crazy what these kids are doing.
And Jose Ortiz was named on the 6-5 favorite in the last race. Happy Bob, who scratches. It's going to come down to the last race.
It is.
It's not the first time we've seen it. It won't be the last. The brothers Ortiz, and we'll see who emerges victorious in this Belmont Spring-Summer title. In terms of the trainers, it's not nearly as close. It's already been wrapped up. And for trainer Linda Rice, an 11th New York Racing Association training title, her 2nd Belmont Spring-Summer training title, and of course, won the Saratoga title about a decade or so ago, Linda Rice. Incredible meet, tons of momentum moving towards Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, she had tremendous meet. Anytime, look at the list. I mean, you have Belmont, Christophe Clement, Todd Pletcher, and I'm leaving out Rudy Rod, Michael Maker, Chad Brown. Those are all Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers. And Linda should be getting there soon.
Congrats, Linda Rice.
By the way, has been like the couple months of it's been woman power, right? Jenna Antonucci, Maple Leaf Mel, Linda Rice winning the meet. It's been some really cool stuff, man.
Some great stories to follow. Again, congratulations, Linda Rice, and for the riding title, and Irad Ortiz riding the favorite in the upcoming 8th race here at Belmont Park. We also have live coverage from Canterbury. Are we going to watch horses or something else, Paulie? Because the last time I checked, there were llamas on the track.
There were llamas on the track, and there was, I don't even know what his name is. Louis the Llama was running in race 1, but the problem was, Lafitte, there was no jockeys, okay? And when you don't have jockeys, you got to chase the feed tub, okay? Now, llamas, if you don't know, they're bred. If you're wearing a cashmere sweater right now, don't be laughing at these llamas. Do not be laughing at these llamas.
Hey, Jim Marshall, you're going the wrong way. She stopped right before the wire.
Get to the wire. No.
She stopped.
You do not get pipped to the wire. That's a bad beat. Oh, look at the poor girl's like, please just drink. Oh, now he drinks it.
Now you cross the wire. Now you cross the wire.
Llama racing. Llama racing. You gotta love it. I love it.
Stop a foot from the finish line. The crowd, by the way, it looked like this is Shakopee, Minnesota. It looked like a Minnesota Twins home playoff game or like opening night with the Vikings. So many. The fans were jazzed up for the Llamas about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, there had to be they looked like there was like 5,000 to 10,000 people on the apron. That is absolutely a blast. They're running llama races. It seems like corgis have come out. They've been running pug races all over the place.
They do it all.
They do it all. Camel racing. I've been on a camel.
This isn't like a punchline to a joke. You rode a camel.
I rode a camel at Sam Houston. His name was Evil Camen-Evil. Yes. Evil Camen-Evil.
Did you
and when
have
I got, well, no, here's the deal. When I got into the gate, so it was one of those things where it was like 5 of us, and I remember the girl that was next to me, she was an Olympic gymnast, and it was a celebrity, and there was 2 other in there, and she told me, do not try to ride this thing, because if not, you're going to be singing in high opera, if you know what I mean. So next thing you know, Evil Camen-Evil starts spitting in the gate. When that started happening, I was like some of those people on the airplane. Can I get off, please, right now? I finished.
Did you bail? Did you? Oh, you actually.
I finished 3rd, and believe me, I'd rather have blocked 40 balls in the dirt with my gear on than ride that camel.
No pun intended.
Yes.
Evil Camen-Evil.
Evil.
You have to like jump a shark or jump a canyon, anything like that.
I tell you what, I'm not lying. Yeah, when he started spitting in that gate, I was like, wow.
That is so good. Oh, that is so good.
Yeah.
Just plain old thoroughbreds here for the 4th. I would have loved to have heard Paul Allen's call, voice of the Minnesota Vikings, calls the races at Canterbury. Love to have heard him call the Llamas moments ago.
Yeah, right.
Here, just a $25,000 allowance, optional claimer, obviously on grass, 7.5 furlongs. You have a strong opinion one way or the other in this one?
I thought this was interesting because when you look at the two looks like he can control the race or she can control the race. But now Harry Hernandez goes off the 2 to the 7, who also has a little bit of speed. Now Alonso Quinones goes off the 6, who's run back-to-back races to run the 9. I don't know how to play this jockey carousel. All I know is the 9's in very good, 6 is in very good form, and there's some speed in here. So I would go with the 6. With Luis Valenzuela aboard.
I like your guy, Harry Hernandez on Diplomatica, number 7, at 5-2 here, looking for a 3rd straight. All set. Paul Allen with the call. 4th live Canterbury.
And they're racing. Desert Glow out fast, likewise for Diplomatica at 3-2, and Diplomatica and Harry Hernandez boot clear by 2.5. Desert Glow, and that one is to the inside of Chickaboom, looking to win 3 in a row, and the early pace is kind of hot, being established by Diplomatica, well-strung outfield. After that, Latin Nikita, 10 lengths from the front and to the inside of Founders Bay. Then we come back to the 2 at the rear. Gypsy Wife, second last, and Fall Moon can see them all. Up the barn side they go. Race 4 on the Canterbury turf, and Diplomatica attempting to win 3 in a row as kick clear by 6. Diplomatica leading it by 6 on a day. Favorites are dominating at Canterbury. This one is 3-2 heading into the far turn with a 4-length lead. In second is Desert Glow. After that we have Latin Nikita. From the back of the pack, Founders Day is about 9 lengths out of it, and Gypsy Wife to win 2 in a row would have to do a lot more, 10 out of it, but still clear from Fall Moon, and they're coming home now, and they're chasing Harry and Diplomatica. That lead is diminishing, but it's still 3. Gypsy Wife is closing very, very fast on the outside. It is Diplomatica from Gypsy Wife and Latin Nikita, but Diplomatica too fast and too good, and Diplomatica wins.
Let her rip from the start did Harry Hernandez, Diplomatica, wire to wire, race 4, Canterbury.
Yeah, great ride by Harry. He did a good job because it looked like before Desert Glow was going to go to the front end, and he made the decision, okay, I'm going to press on the gas button, and then he was able to slow down the backside. This kid can flat out ride. It's not fair. I mean, the kid is really good, and he's got a ton of wins this year, and he gave that horse a nice ride. He gave the horse a breather on the turn. Good call by you, Lafitte. This horse took him gate to wire, and we got some raindrops.
Yeah, things happen, change pretty quickly around here. Rain's falling. Gearing up for the 8th race, horses in the paddock, and Arad Ortiz rides that mare. Don't mess with Tess. A victory here, he equals his brother in the rider standings. She is currently 8-5. Stay tuned. Skies have opened up, an absolute downpour, but the show continues. And welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 2 races left in the spring-summer meet. Doesn't look very spring-summerish right now. It does feel it. Steamy afternoon at Belmont Park. In the shadows back there is Linda Rice, the leading trainer for the meet. There she is. Jose Ortiz, a lot of the damage he's done this meet for Linda Rice. There's Jose, and he's smiling right now. He has a 1-win lead. No, that's Jose Lascano.
Yeah,
it's dark, yeah. But Jose Ortiz is riding Brisky Frolic for Linda Rice. Yeah. So Lascano there. Jose Ortiz, though, 1 clear of his brother Irad, who's on the favorite. Don't mess with Tess. And Richie with an update in terms of the weather, the conditions really coming down now. Richie, what's the story in terms of this 8th race at Belmont Park and potential delay?
We have horses kind of in a holding pattern in the paddock and trying to keep them under cover in the saddling stalls. And a bunch of the riders are just waiting it out here in the tunnel. I mean, beside the heavy rain that's coming through, we've also had some rumbles of thunder, and of course that's always the most concerning thing. They'll tend to wait it out if there's thunder and lightning in the area. This is an outdoor sport, and as hard as it's raining, the rain should not inhibit us being able to do this, but I think they're just giving it a chance to see if it actually will blow over. It is really coming down though, guys.
Richie, please get up to the office. No thunder, please. Richie, get up to the office.
Hey, listen, I've got a phobia about lightning. I've got too much metal in me, plates, screws, rods. You don't even want to be close to me
Yeah,
if,
just
if
stay
there's
clear of
lightning.
us. Go wherever you need to go. This is a big facility. Go wherever you need to go.
It's like the great outdoors. I've been hit by lightning 17 times. Yeah.
Richie, a question about this race scheduled for grass. As hard as it is raining, the turf course listed as firm all afternoon. Is it raining enough, and we'll see how long it continues to rain and for how hard, is it raining enough to potentially change the condition of the turf course, which changes the complexion of the race?
I absolutely think it is going to change the condition of the turf course. It's just coming down too much. It's a big soaking rain. It's not like one of those hard, like needly rains that kind of bounce off or roll off the turf course. This is just a heavy soaking rain, big drops. I think the course will be soft if it's not soft already. As firm as it's been, it's just too much water in too short a period of time, the feet. And guys, I'll be honest with you, I don't mind the delay. I'm down here in the tunnel with my granddaughter, so I'm enjoying the day.
Enjoying the day with his granddaughter, Richie. What is the biggest challenge in these situations for the trainers, the horsemen, in terms of just trying to keep the lid on these horses who are very much aware that it's race day?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've got to worry about them going over that simmering point, right? Reach a boil and then just spill over. We're being told right now it's going to be about a 10 more minute delay. It seems like everybody's acting pretty well, but the biggest thing for horses in situations like this, Lafitte, the calmer you are, the calmer they are. They feed on energy, and if your energy is a little bit too animated, you're a little too nervous, they'll pick up on that. If you're calm and it's like, hey, this is normal, it's fine, they'll be fine with it. It really is amazing how horses are that in tune to the people around them.
All right, so you stay in the tunnel with your hardware and your granddaughter. Horses hopefully staying calm in the paddock. Very different than the sport you played all those years, Paulie. When rain delay, let's go play cards back in the locker room with the horses. It's a completely different set of the responsibility for the horsemen trying to keep them as calm as possible.
Jockeys run away from the lightning.
As they should.
We go play spades or hearts.
Yeah.
Baseball players.
We have time to play a little cards. Play something for the next 3 minutes because we're going to break. Yes?
Rummy?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Tell more. Paulie writing camel stories when we come back. The rain is falling. Slight delay before this 8th at Belmont. Stay tuned.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit about $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet? Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Really important, significant award. Why haven't you nominated? Godolphin TIEA award winners from a season ago. We'll take a look at the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards, recognize and reward the outstanding talent and commitment of the unsung heroes in the thoroughbred industry who are at the heart of our sport. And monetary prizes for all three finalists in each category. Paulie, they're not going to get the recognition that some of the bigger names in the game do, so the owners, trainers, jockeys, but without these individuals, without their support, without their hard work, this game does not work.
No, you make a great point. I mean, a lot of these grooms, and a lot of the backstretch workers, and a lot of the assistant trainers, and Leanna Williford, very deserving. Leanna's an unbelievable horsewoman. But there's everybody there is obviously so deserving, and the nominations for this year are coming out, or they're already out as we speak. So it's a great program, and it's something that Godolphin's done for a little while now. And it's great to get recognized. You know, when you hear trainers say, hey, the barn, this and that, they don't reference them by their first name. You know what I mean? So it's good to hear their first names or see their first names.
Team sport in that sense.
100%. Big-time team sport.
Nominate now. TIEA Godolphin Awards. Here, with the delay, like the second we went to commercial.
It stopped raining.
That frame, Paul's like, it just stopped. It stopped raining.
It's crazy. But you can see the track. So, you know, obviously the turf course will play a little bit. Now the last race, I wonder, you know, if that's going to be muddy or sloppy, and maybe it plays to your hand or not if you're alive in this pick 5. If you can find a mudder in the last, I guess.
Considering how much, for a very short period of time, but it was raining very hard. Richie said, yes, this could have an impact on the turf course. Do you recalibrate anything in your handicapping? Are you picking through past performances to see a horse who has some solid efforts on a turf course with more give in it?
I try to, you know, I was actually started looking for English channels because, you know, his best day was over that bog in Monmouth when
knee deep.
Yeah, when it was knee deep crush. So, and a lot of his horses do handle a soft turf course. I don't see one near. I do think the 2 Stella Mars ran a big race last time and, you know, could repeat off the claim. I think it's too big at 13-1, but I can understand where they're going with the 10. Don't mess with Tess. I read Ortiz Jr. got the hot hand looking for the tiebreaker, or at least the tie.
Jonathan Kitchen is with us. JK, back to the drawing board for you. Does this change anything? How do you adjust?
No, it doesn't change anything. I mean, it's a great question, Liffy. Yes, I think in most situations it might change a lot for me. But in this situation, I didn't have a strong opinion in this race anyways. I was spread with lots of different horses that I think could run well. Something to keep in mind, hopefully not very often this summer at Saratoga, but one of the things at Saratoga in the summer when we have all these big grass races with full fields and talented horses, it's always important to kind of look back and see which horses have run well on turf that has give in it. You know, listed as not firm, whether it's good, soft, yielding. I think sometimes you can find some really interesting horses in those scenarios when they've run well on turf that's not firm. The 10, Don't Mess with Tess, has won. Tried not firm turf 3 times, has won once. You know, another horse that I like in here, the 1, Cumberland Falls, never tried turf that's not firm. So, you know, you can kind of play that game. And I'm not saying that because it's rained a little bit, the turf is suddenly like, you know, a bog. This is just simply a talking point during a rain delay of something you can kind of keep an eye out for when we get up to Saratoga. So, you know, this is a kind of a spready race for me anyways. My top choice was going to be the 1, Cumberland Falls. I'm going to keep it that way. You get Flavian down on the inside in a race that, you know, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of speed in there, when you have someone like Flavien who you know is going to be forward, especially from the inside, it gives you a little bit of a confidence that you're going to get the ride you need on the horse. So, look, I think this race feels wide open. We'll see what happens. I will say this, though. Irad being the favorite here is very interesting, and they're betting his horse in the double. I'm not sure they're betting his horse in the last race in the 9th, one for my brother, because they like the horse. I think they're betting because they like the story.
Of Irad Ortiz trailing his brother Jose with 2 races left by 1 win. And Irad Ortiz, Paulie, he's one of these jockeys. It's like a basketball player. Vinny the Microwave Johnson. A couple, we're boring him to death, by the way.
Look at him.
A couple shots would go down, and you knew the next 7 or 8 shots were going down. One of those rhythm shooters that once he found his groove, forget about it, lights out. Irad Ortiz gets in a groove and wins races in bunches. 3 on the afternoon already.
Yeah, you're right. And he's got the... you can say whatever mentality you want. He's got the Kobe Bryant mentality. He's got the Michael Jordan mentality. He'll step on your throat and finish the job. And I mean that in a competitive sense. He's just got, you can see that with his competitive fire. He can get reckless sometimes on the race course, but he's been a lot better. But he rides to win.
I think he likes to intimidate.
Yes,
100%. He likes to intimidate.
And I had mentioned that in the room when he intimidated the Torres kid. And listen, he's winning that room when it comes to intimidation. And I said, Angel Cordero had that probably the fear in a lot of young riders' eyes until somebody steps up and goes face-to-face with Irad. He's going to have the fear in their eyes.
Gets in your head. Nobody knows better than Richie Migliori, who is still standing by. Richie, what can you tell us? What's the latest in terms of when they're going to get this 8th race underway and the turf course condition?
Well, as you can see, guys, the rain has stopped. I think they're probably just kind of waiting a little bit longer to make sure that any of the lightning, in the area has cleared out. We still got a pretty heavy cloud cover right over Belmont Park. Harrows are going over the track now, and the track did get caught open, meaning that it was harrowed, so more water gets into it. Now they're sealing it, they're floating it, makes it more even, it packs it down. I know as a rider, you feel more comfortable on a track that's sealed because it doesn't have as much undulation. It's much more consistent ground, and you run over the top of the ground a great deal. I think this race is all comes down to the jockey race right here. The 8, Brisky Frolic, cannot look any better from a physical standpoint. She's stretching out. She should be forward. I don't think it's a bad thing with a course that I'm going to predict has some give in it, because a horse can get in the bridle and stay balanced. You get Jose Ortiz on Brisky Frolic, and then the 10, Don't Mess with Tess. This horse just had an absolutely no-shot trip last time. Slow pace, running up on horses' heels, rank. I think this horse is well drawn. I'm usually not a fan of outside posts for horses, particularly on the turf, but on the main turf course, that 1 mile and a 16th shoot is much more gentle, much more subtle. It's not as big a disadvantage. And I think she wants an opportunity to kind of get her legs up underneath her, and she won't have to encounter traffic. I think it's going to be the 2 Ortiz brothers down to the wire here, and we're going to settle the jockey race right now. And I'm still going to say it, guys. I'm rooting for the dead heat. Both brothers rode too good to have one say, I won the meet, and the other say, I lost the meet. There are no losers here. They both rode fantastic from flag fall to that's all.
Richie's been calling dead heat since like Belmont Stakes Saturday. Richie, from what we have seen, the horses circling about in the paddock, they all seem well behaved. Have they all, for the most part, been able to keep a lid on it? Is anyone acting up in terms of behavior? Anything you've noticed?
No, honestly, this group has been exceptional handling this delay, walking around. I have not seen anybody make a wrong move. And despite nerves, jitters, just like any other athletic endeavor, you're heading out there. Of course, you're going to be up on your toes a bit. These fillies and mares have been as professional as a group can be, considering the circumstances.
Real quick, I wanted to ask you. So you're talking about the last race, and now they floated the racetrack. Is that going to play more towards speed? Because with more water in it, you would think it'd be more tiring. You think the last race will play more towards speed?
You know, Paul, I don't think there's any way to say with any certainty. It's been my experience when a track gets the water in it the way this one did and then gets sealed, it gets pretty glib, and you want to be forward. The other factor with that is you're talking about lower-level horses, maiden claimers. You want to throw as much dirt as possible on your competition. You want to discourage them as much as possible. If I had a speed horse in the last race, I'm taking undoing my arm number so it flaps. I'm pulling the silks out of the back of my pants so it flaps. I'm going to the lead, and I'm going to try to control 5 pats if I can.
Something to look for in the 9th and final. Riders up. Play ball, Paulie. Getting closer to post time here and back on track for this 8th race. Following the delay, but still have a moment. And we just, you know, the Belmont Stakes Saturday was just referenced. Wanted to take a look back at some of the highlights of the meet that has just 2 races left in it. And a history-making performance here from the rapidly improving Arcangelo, Jenna Antonucci becoming the first female trainer to campaign a Belmont Stakes winner. And for Javier Castellano, finally that first win in the Kentucky Derby with Mage. Finally, a first win in the Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo.
A great ride, a great story. And I'm going to go out and say the best trainer route of all time. That was video recorded by Jenna Antonucci. And to become the first woman to ever win a Kentucky Derby, Preakness, or Belmont, it's phenomenal. Like I said before, it's just been girl power here at Belmont all meet. And Arcangelo is the real deal.
Back in training, wide open 3-year-old division. So much that happened in that moment. As mentioned, that first Belmont, Javier Castellano, Jenna Antonucci, her post-race commentary about if you don't have a place at the table, go and find another table. Yeah. The work she's done with Arcangelo, really the patience and really coming along, peaking at just the right time for the second half of the season, and they're holding off a champion in Forte. Hopefully, we get to see them go head-to-head before long.
What I love about Jenna, coming into the race, she didn't play the underdog. She didn't play the poor me, I don't have all these big horses, I don't have this. She's never played that. And she beat all the big boys on the square. And there you see Linda Rice, who won this title, the training title here. But I just like the way Jenna embraced the challenge. Like, she knew she had the goods, and Arcangelo delivered.
Maggie Astor, about horses communicating. What's Arcangelo telling you before the Belmont Stakes? Get out of my way. They better get out of his way. Arcangelo, Belmont Stakes winner, back in training. Look forward to seeing him at the Spa. Post-parade race 8. There's a 13-1 shot in Stella Mars. Currently 13-1. More Mango and Jose Gomez at a big price.
Yeah, when you look at the race, right, the 2 beat the 3 barely last time, and you're getting 13-1 to 42-1. So that race is not getting a lot of love from the players.
Don't like that race. Yeah. No, Redzilla, it's been a struggle of late.
You know, this horse ran off after bobbling at the start last time, so we'll see what happens today with Jackie Davis.
Upper sleeve number 5, Javier Castellano looking for a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, this horse cuts back a distance. You know, they've been trying to find 7 furlongs mile on the 16th. They're trying to find what is good for him. We'll see what happens today.
Cannon Fire, 8-1 winner in her latest.
Yeah, and a horse that is a 2-time winner out of 4 starts and might like a softer ground.
Except Temptations, 1 for 23 lifetime.
Yeah, 1 for 23 lifetime, and the 1 win was at Tampa.
A Brisky Frolic, Jose Ortiz, victory would clinch the title.
Yeah, it would, and this is the horse that's stretched out before and has shown speed, so it could be forwardly placed, daughter of Frosted.
Always laughing, 1-2 straight. Last was disappointing.
Yeah, last was disappointing. I just don't know what happened. I think this horse wants to be in the back of the pack.
Don't mess with Tess. Victory for Red Ortiz. We have a tie.
Yeah, we do. And a horse that, you know, was behind the 8 ball, was way back last time and had a brutal trip. Now, I rode this horse 2 back, and the horse didn't run that much at 50 cents on the dollar. So a really tough horse to kind of gauge the 10 in here.
Last grass race of the meet. Winding up for the 8th race, Belmont Park circling back to Cannon Fire and a smiling Jose Lascano. Will he be smiling after the race? Her latest, late May right here. Lascano was aboard. Cannon Fire. Paulie, she doesn't run straight, but she does win.
You can see, did you see Lascano kind of peeked back, which was crazy, at the top of the lane. Like, he had a ton of horse, and she just keeps lugging out in the lane. And I know she got the job done. She ends up beating Pegs, a.k.a. Girl, who ends up coming back to win. But it was weird because at the top of the lane, Jose was looking like, I mean, Loscano was looking like, I am going to lug out here a little bit, or looking under his arm for something, but I think she just kind of lost, kind of got lost in the stretch, and I wonder if they cut those blinkers a little bit more, but it looked like she had the same blinkers on when I watched the replay last time.
Richie, that's a mistake. That's a fumble. That's an interception. But she still won. Jose Loscano has to be prepared for that if he's in the same scenario this afternoon.
Yeah, no, listen, no doubt. And one thing about all of these riders here in New York, they learn from experience. They learn from the horses they're riding and how to improve on their efforts. I mean, listen, she got it done. Yes, she drifted. But Jose will now have a better feel for her and a better understanding and certainly be prepared for it. Guys, I want to just talk quickly about the 5-horse up her sleeve. You want to talk about a horse that won me over in the post parade. I mean, she's a big price, and if she runs anything to her look, she's going to outrun her odds. I still think the race goes through the Ortiz brothers, starting with the 8 Brisky Frolic. Just really made a beautiful impression, and I think she's going to be very forward coming out of the sprints and run into the bridle, which could be a help with a course that's less than pristine. And then my top pick will be the 10, Don't Mess with Tess, who just had a brutal trip last time, running off on heels, nowhere to go with no pace. I think she gets a different setup today, and I think I'm still going to continue to root for that dead heat, guys. I want to see it.
Arad Ortiz, Don't Mess with Tess. He wins a tie. Brisky Frolic, the 8. She wins. Jose Ortiz wraps up the title. Post time, Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. And it is Red Zilla along with Up Her Sleeve from the outside. Brisky Frolic now moves up, and Cannon Fire is up with the front runners. So it is Brisky Frolic who has the lead now. And Cannon Fire is running in second. Upper Sleeve is next in third. Red Zilla is back running in fourth. Cumberland Falls down on the inside and in fifth as the field races up the backstretch. The leader is Brisky Frolic, stepping away to lead by 3 lengths. Cannon Fire next in second, followed by Up Her Sleeve in third. Then comes Cumberland Falls down on the inside. Stella Mars is in between horses. Red Zilla's on the outside and in sixth. Don't Mess with Tess is seventh, followed by Always Laughing in eighth. Then More Mango. Except Temptation is the trailer, the quarter, in 23 seconds. Brisky Frolic has a 3-length lead. Cannon Fire is second by a half length with Upper Sleeve down on the inside in third. Then Stella Mars. Now Don't Mess with Tess begins to pick it up on the extreme outside. Don't Mess with Tess is gaining ground and gaining ground quickly. Don't Mess with Tess has now moved into second and is going after Brisky Frolic. Half mile, 47 seconds. It's Brisky Frolic, Jose Ortiz. Don't Mess with Tess, Arad Ortiz Jr. They're at the top of the stretch now, and Don't Mess with Tess has taken over the lead. Upper Sleeve down towards the rail. On the outside is a Cumberland Falls along with Stella Mars. Don't Mess with Tess has the lead. Stella Mars still in with a chance here. Don't Mess with Tess drifting out. Stella Mars now moves to the inside. Here comes Stella Mars, and Stella Mars has taken over the lead in deep stretch. And Stella Mars will pull off the upset here. 1 by 2. Don't Mess with Tess second. Except Temptation finished third.
Arad Ortiz and his bid for a tie denied by Ruben Silvera. Stella Mars from off the pace at 12-1 in the 8th at Belmont Park. Wow.
I like this horse, and you know, she looked dead at the top of the lane. And then Ruben kind of moved her inside, outside, and then she like kind of re-engaged when she got outside of horses. And you can see now the 10's getting lost in the lead, Lafitte. You can see she's starting to look around. She's wandering. She doesn't know where to go. And Irad probably does the right thing. He puts her in the middle of the racetrack to maybe intimidate the two, but Stella Mars just had way too much. And Ruben Silvera, I've been saying this a lot of late. You know, when he started riding here, he was unpolished. He went to Parks. He got in that Jamie Ness barn, and he has gotten better and better with each ride. He's become a very good turf rider. He puts his horses into the race. This horse was running in spots, and for him to keep on staying, you know, busy on this horse late, I thought it was a very good ride. He's 18% for the year, and Maypaul Shatterpaul, good little claim here.
Richie, not poetry in motion, not the prettiest race, but a lot of drama, exciting finish. How was Stella Mars able to trigger the upset?
Well, listen, I think, again, both brothers Ortiz have ridden so well all meeting, but you got to think that when Jose is sailing along the lead on Brisky Frolic and Irad's back there with Don't Mess with Tess, it's got to be on his mind, man. He's sailing along there. Let me get my filly involved, get her engaged, and ultimately it wound up being a little bit of a premature move. I completely understand it. I think if I'm in the same position, I'm probably going to kick my filly into gear and go, well, I got to go get my brother. This is all about the title. But in hindsight, might have been better off just waiting a little bit longer. But listen, what Paul said about Ruben Silvera is spot on. He has really continued to raise his game, improve. He's a strong finisher and a guy who's not bashful when he does have speed to use it.
Didn't have the speed on this afternoon, Richie. Patiently ridden. Ruben Silvera. Paulie, you touched on it in the post parade. They were side by side. Stella Mars, more Mango. They had run 1-2 in a common race back on June 18th, and the wagering public completely ignored both of them.
No, they did. More Mango didn't cut the fractions, but, you know, Stella Mars got in trouble and still won that race last time, and this was a heady claim for 35,000. Horse had been in 35,000 before and lost by a nose, and the Shatterpaw Napal was like, you know what? If this horse drops again, let's go in and take. And prep to the Pros Racing Stables LLC. Congratulations, 12-1 on Stella Mars.
210-7-1. So Jose Ortiz guaranteed a tie. Guaranteed a tie. Arad Ortiz still with a chance to tie in the 9th and final. On tape moments ago, Paul Allen with the call from Canterbury.
Racing, Hap hot out of the gate, very hot. Hap hot, pedal to the metal, right to the lead. Yo Dog is also very sharp in the early stages, and the bookending Minnesotans go 1-2 and lead it by 2 and change as Hap hot pulls away a length and a half from Yo Dog. After that, Happy Dancer scrubbed on kind of hard with about a half mile to go to the inside of American Refugee. Then it's a big gap back to Roman Pharaoh, and Emmett's Royal Echo can see them all. Off the far turn, number 1 is numero uno, and it's Hap Hot, and Hap Hot leads it by 1. Yo Dog, Happy Dancer is settled down right behind the leading 2.5 lengths out of it, and is joined by American Refugee to the outside. Then it's Roman Pharaoh, and they're coming home now. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, Happy Dancer behind them, and then it's American Refugee on the 3 wide side. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, American Refugee into the final 125. Hap Hot, still hot. Hap Hot, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Put a Q around the 5th.
Stole my line, man. Wrong lead, right result.
Right?
Hap Hot. That was somebody lost a crop, went flying right there.
Yeah, you called there.
Yo Dog has a shot, but in the end, too much Hap Hot.
Yo Dog was saying to Hap Hot, Yo Dog, why are you running so fast? What a great name on the 7, by the way. But yeah, you know, Gary says it and Mick says it all the time to some of the best jockeys you'll be around, and they say changing leads sometimes can be overrated. If they're still moving, just keep on trucking.
Affirmed won a Triple Crown on his wrong lead, essentially. I mean, it helps.
It helps.
The right mechanics.
It helps. But at the end of the day, when you're 5 clear, stop with the shifting the horse and trying to move him over. You're slowing him down.
Yeah, it can be counterproductive.
Yes.
8 down, 1 left of the meet, and then off to Saratoga. Stella Mars, right when Arad Ortiz, Paulie, blew the race open, built that big lead, and then Don't Mess with Tess. Just the red light was beeping, completely out of gas, and here comes Stella Mars at a price.
Well, I mean, when you looked at the race, I mean, Don't Mess with Tess just absolutely circled Stella Mars like she was standing still, and then Stella Mars was able to re-rally. So I think she just got lost on the front end, and ever since the steam on the first-time starter, we've got nothing but price. And I'm going to look at the wheel pace for you right now at home for you. So
you check that out.
If you, by the way, take 6.
Mandatory payout?
There are some 5 out of 6s in here. So the 4 and the 7 are 5 out of 6. The 5, Chess Spectacular, who's going to be your favorite. 8,600 in the pick 6. 216,000 to the 9. If Irad Ortiz Jr. One for my brother wins. Someone's going to win $216,000 if you have it for $1.
That's too good.
And the 50-cent pick 5 is $12,000 to 1 for my brother.
How good is that?
It's pretty cool.
1 to tie, riding 1 for my brother, and Jose Ortiz, who was supposed to ride the favorite, Happy Bob, who scratched. Some drama in this 9th and final, closing out the meet at Belmont Park. Post time in about 20 minutes. Also reliving some of the highlights of the meet. We had a chance to look back at Arcangelo and that history-making performance in the Belmont Stakes and some of the terrific performances by the superstars that we will see up at Saratoga getting started on Thursday, opening day.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Winding things down, 1 race left of the meet. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. America's Day at the races. Keep that remote handy because the delay that we had before the 8th race, the 9th race is obviously going to go a little bit later. The coverage will switch at 5 o'clock back to Fox Sports 2. So chances are you're going to see the 9th and final race live on Fox Sports 2, not here on Fox Sports 1. In the meantime, we'll have horses in the paddock very shortly. Reliving some of the highlights of the meet. As mentioned, we look back at the Belmont Stakes on the undercard of the Belmont, where the stars really showed up. It's an amazing story. He's an amazing racehorse, arguably the best in the business. Cody's Wish, that wide sweeping move and what he did in that Met Mile in a 4th consecutive Grade 1 victory.
It's just phenomenal. And I want you to focus on his head. There's now 50,000 people in the stands. He's not looking anywhere but straight forward. It's pretty amazing. You look at other horses, this and that, tongue hanging out. His head is straight forward. I've never seen a horse, his stride is so efficient. It's just all business. He loves what he does. And listen, he gave up like about, I see everybody else ran a mile. He ran like a mile in about 180 yards. I mean, let's be honest. And he still decimated that field. He's never missed the board. He's just a classy, classy animal.
The story, the brilliance of the racehorse, Whitney Day, one of the most celebrated events at Saratoga, the most important race for older horses that Hall of Fame trainer has never won. He's never won the Whitney. Bill Mott, a shot to do so with Cody's Wish, the Whitney, early August. You'll see that on Fox. And for Clairiere, who is bred for greatness. Mom and Dad both rock stars. She is not disappointed. The talent, that killer instinct. This race, the race shape was against her. Slow pace, search results, Paulie gets first run, and Clairiere still goes out and runs her down.
Yeah, this was the time you're like, search results is finally going to win. She got her trip. She's always been getting beat at the wire. And Clairiere did to her what she did to
Secret Oath
at Oaklawn. Just drilled her right at the wire and timed it perfect. And you can see her ears went up. And, you know, Steve Asmussen, when I was at Oaklawn, he was so disappointed in her first race coming back. But with Malathaat leading in the division, he really thought he was going to tower over to this division. And I think it's gotten a little bit tougher than he thought. But Clairiere is starting to show her stripes.
See Barbara Banke there, leading her into the winner's circle. Clairiere, Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen. His voice changes, lights up when he talks about Clairiere. Can't wait to see her at Saratoga. Can't wait to see Pretty Mischievous at Saratoga. Last year, this time, the division was wide open. Pretty Mischievous she's, I don't want to call it a stranglehold, but she is the top dog in the 3-year-old filly division. The win in the Kentucky Oaks, the win in the Acorn, first to do so since the Monomoy Girl in 2018.
Tough to do. Brendan Walsh has had a phenomenal year. He's a phenomenal trainer, and he's a guy that I think got pinholed as a turf trainer, and he's not. He can train dirt, turf. It's the same thing to me as Christophe Clement. I think a lot of people always say, oh, Christophe Clement. Well, why don't you look at Christophe's dirt numbers? He's like 24% on the dirt. So sometimes you pinhole trainers. I thought this horse was game that day, and I got a little lost on the front end. But, you know, Pretty Mischievous, earlier in her career, she was getting beat by Tom Amos's filly and Hoosier Philly. And Hoosier Philly came back to win came back to run well when Tax beat her in the Black Eyed Susan. But right now, it's Pretty Mischievous's division. Now, Cecilia, we'll see what happens with her. She's a very talented horse by closed hatches. She's only had 2 starts. She's a 3-year-old filly. So this division, I know Pretty Mischievous got a lock on it right now. Could change.
Your interview the morning after the Kentucky Oaks with Brendan Walsh, he was still on cloud 9.
Over the moon. And he's one of those guys, if you know Brendan, he's a down-to-earth person. I always tell him, I'm like, Brendan, you're the best interview of all time. He goes, why? I go, you know every reporter's first name. He always calls you back by your first name. He's just so well-versed, such a great trainer, knows the pulse on his horses. You know, every time I've always talked to him, when I got to interview him when I was at Churchill Downs, he would tell me, hey, this horse needs a race. This horse is going to fire today. He's got a very good pulse on his horses, and he made a little bit of a change with the blinkers on Pretty Mischievous, and it made the difference, Lafitte.
He is a class act, yeah. Brendan Walsh. And again, this is how championships are decided. This is where Nest last year, she went to Saratoga. Her performance in the CCA Oaks and Alabama en route to a 3-year-old filly title. We'll see if this filly, Pretty Mischievous, can do the same. That's getting started next week. Opening day on Thursday, Saratoga. We still have business to tend to here. So what does Gerard Ortiz have in store for his brother? Riding one for my brother. There he is, the current 9-5 choice. One left for the Belmont Spring Summer Meet. Victory by Ortiz, and we have a tie atop the rider standings.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. To the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races becomes Saratoga Live on Thursday. Both, of course, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. We had the delay before the 8th race, so very good chance you're going to see this 9th and final over on Fox Sports 2. We are showing about 9 minutes out, but you'll likely see it live on Fox Sports 2. Yesterday, you saw 4 graded stakes races, 2 of the Grade 1 variety, kicking off the Turf Triple Series. And first, Paulie, the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks. And how about Aspen Grove, U.S. debut, dismissed by the handicappers at 15-1, finding her best stride with Oisin Murphy.
Man, this filly was so much the best. She was so impressive. You know, the turn of foot that these European horses have are just amazing. And right here, the race is over. I mean, she had a little bit of trouble, but when he went to the crop, Oisin Murphy, I mean, she was so much the best in this race. She had a little bit of trouble. She was able to overcome it. And, you know, it's really hard to go past Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown, but these Europeans keep on coming over here for these big races, and they're just, you know, I try to correlate it a little bit to football, soccer. Their first sport over there is soccer. So if we were going to play them in soccer, what happens? We always get beat. Now, our dirt racing is our football. We dominate them when it comes to our dirt racing. It's just, they're bred for the turf. They run on the turf. They don't scratch when it rains on the turf. And this filly ran yesterday.
Saw Craig Bernick there. Glenhill Farm, Fuzzy Stack, the winning trainer. Stack essentially talking him into running in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks. Bernick was talking about a listed stakes, maybe something at Delaware. Didn't know if she was up for this. It's like, no, we're good. We can compete at this level. Compete. She wins at 15-1.
She was impressive. She really was. And you're right, she got dismissed. And most of the times when the Euros come up here, they're automatic throw in. And she had a Grade 3 win under her belt in 15-1. And I threw her out. I didn't use her. So
Murphy, he won from the outside box. And then Oisin Murphy a little bit further outside in the Belmont Derby about an hour later with the Foxes, who had that really impressive resume coming in, who was 5th in the Epsom Derby. Didn't break in the Epsom Derby. The Foxes, the favorite, did not break in the Belmont Derby. So here's Farbridge, and watch this ride by Jose Ortiz. They encountered traffic in the prep for this. Not so on this afternoon. Picture perfect ride from Ortiz.
It was, and you watch the 11 Two Foxes. I mean, both of these horses just ran their hearts out. Two Foxes got put kind of in a bind out of the gate, broke very, very slowly. Watch him come rolling up the inside, and Farbridge, tail of two trips, you hit the nail right on the head. Last time got in a ton of trouble, and Two Foxes was rolling late. You can argue, listen, Two Foxes was probably the best, but you can't take anything away from the 5 in here. Farbridge wanted this distance, had a bad ride last time, and just was ridden perfectly today. Oisin Murphy, he did what he did. He got backed up on the backside, and look at the 11's head. You talk about a horse sticking his head out for the wire trying to get there, but Farbridge just got the jump.
Motoring late. Farbridge, though, LSU stable, has nothing to do with Louisiana State University, despite the name and the colors. Larry Sarf, the winning owner, he and his wife married here at Belmont Park in 1967. Married here 1967. A Grade 1 win. So much emotion after the race.
That photo album needs to be curated, right? Wow,
incredible.
Awesome.
Incredible story, and we get to see him again. Indication was next stop. the Saratoga Derby, the second leg of this Turf Triple Series, which, by the way, whether it's the boys or the girls, has never been swept, either sex.
No, I will say this. I think it's a little different when the Euros come to Saratoga. They enjoy Belmont. The sweeping turns are all them. Now, Saratoga's a little bit different because Saratoga's got those tighter turns, plays a little bit more towards speed. When a lot of the Euros come here, they're not bullets out of the gate, let's be honest. And we saw yesterday with 2 Foxes, most of the time they don't break as well. Charlie Appleby has figured it out. Of all the European trainers that come over here, they break fast. But most of them don't go to the front end. And Saratoga is their one Achilles heel where they kind of do struggle a little bit, where our horses can handle them, and Chad's horses run very, very, very well over those courses. So does Linda's. Linda's had amazing meets as well, especially the sprint races too.
You touched on English Channel, his sire earlier, champion, a Breeders' Cup Turf winner back in 2007, I believe it was. And this colt's just getting started. He's not a lot of experience. That was just his 5th career start and a Grade 1 winner.
He's bred to just run all day, and he's kind of just figuring it out, right? You know, and he beat a good horse. I know 2 Foxes had some trouble, but you still beat him, and I think 2 Foxes was the goods. So very good race by both horses.
Jose Ortiz, 4 wins yesterday. Rad Ortiz, 3 wins today so far. Jose Ortiz supposed to ride the favorite, Happy Bob, a scratch. They love it in the truck when we produce from the set. They love that. Can we get a camera on Jose watching this race wherever he is?
See, I wonder, like, I'm going to be Simon Cowell here. Jose is not rooting for his brother to tie. Let's get that straight.
Well, I was hearing voices.
Jose Ortiz is not rooting for his brother.
No.
Not one bit.
He made it very good. Richie the other day said, I want to see a tie. And Jose's like, no, I don't.
Richie actually was the one that reported that Jose talks more trash than Irad, which with that smile, you don't think that, you know?
That caught me off guard.
Yeah.
So a 1-win lead, but Irad Ortiz on number 9. That's right, 1 for my brother, who's the second choice at 5-2. Again, you're going to see this race live on Fox Sports 2. We had the delay before the 8th race. Our apologies for the inconvenience, but headed back over to Fox Sports 2 in just a moment. Well, you'll see the 9th race, the final race of the meet here at Belmont Park. At all surprised by the wagering, Paulie, and that Chess Spectacular is the 2-1 favorite?
You know, with the rain, I think the 10 should be lower because the best race this horse has run is over a muddy racetrack. So, you know, you got to sometimes go on the fly. In his last race, you know, he broke so poorly that you can just draw a line through it. So I do think the 10 Brass Monkey at 6-1 will come down a little bit.
Saying goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Saratoga Live gets started on Thursday, 12:30 start. Post time for the opener just after 1 o'clock. Opening day, 155th season of racing at Saratoga. You'll see this race, the last from Belmont, live over on Fox Sports 2. We'll see you there. Thankfully, we have the different platforms to bounce back and forth from. Welcome back to Fox Sports 2 on America's Day at the Races. We had a delay before the 8th race with the downpour, the 9th and final of the Belmont Spring Summer Meet. In just a couple of moments, post-parade for this $20,000 maiden claimer. There's Sonoma Beach and outside of Jackie Davis.
Well, we're not definitely on Sonoma Beach.
Sonoma Beach.
Sonoma Beach.
Sonoma Beach.
Yes, 30-1. A little tricky.
That's her name. That's her name. Eri Dromos at 46-1 would be a big surprise. Equalizer currently 14-1.
Yeah, they're all kind of out of order. But I'll tell you right now, if you do have the 8 Equalizer out, he's one of the pick sixes that's paying 280 some odd thousand, 82-1.
And make the rider Ruben Silvera. Pick him out, Ruben Silvera, who won the last race with a 12-1 outsider.
Know, the way the will pays are going, the 5 is getting hammered in the will pays, and the 9 is getting bet because of Irad, right? So, you know, like I said, I thought the 10 was a tiny player in here. It's going to be very interesting to see now what the track actually sloppy. It was muddy, but they've upgraded it to sloppy, I guess.
Sloppy, sealed track here. If Brass Monkey wins and you don't cash, you're going to walk away from this meet an angry, angry man.
Yeah, I'm going to bet Brass Monkey. And here's the thing. I picked the 5, but I cannot. I can't take 6-5. So, I love this.
This is good. Our truck's all over it. Down to Richie standing by with Jose Ortiz, the current leading rider here at Belmont.
And listen, Jose and Irad have ridden so brilliantly the entire Belmont stand here this spring. It's been fun to watch, but I had a laugh. I'm coming up through the tunnel, and you're still in your silks from the last race, and you're obviously keeping tabs on what's going on.
Yeah, when we went downstairs, we were noticed that they're gonna do the presentation today, so I was crashed out of the last, and I hang out in here just to see what happened. Hopefully Ira wins.
Well, then we would get the dead heat that I've been rooting for.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's see. I mean, we both had a great meet, and if that's meant to be at the heat, I'll be happy with it.
Well, I'm going to tell you, looking at the horses on paper and physically in the paddock, I prefer others than your brother. This horse would be a little bit of a surprise.
Well, the thing is bed down because Ira ride him a little bit. He doesn't look great on paper, but I mean, it's a maiden 20. Anything can happen. Sloppy track. Dave Dungy do a great job with his horses. He's a great horseman. And Ira give him a good warm-up without the pony, as usual. And I know he's going to ride a like this race going to be a Breeders' Cup.
I'm sure he is. And, guys, the name in itself, One for My Brother, I just don't think that would be right.
How could it be wrong? It's too perfect.
It's too perfect.
One for my brother, Arad Ortiz. And Jose's right. He is going to ride this thing like a Breeders' Cup race.
He is. He knows it. And, gosh, I can't believe Jose just lied to us on air. Just said that he hopes for a tie. Come on, Jose. I love you, man.
JK, what do you think?
I mean, I think that Jose's going to get that trophy by himself here in a few minutes. Look, I think One for My Brother is it's a good story, right? We're obviously I love the fact that we have these two guys in the same colony competing against one another. Not to mention all the other great riders we have. It always makes it fun at Saratoga to follow the jockey standings. It's one of my favorite parts of it. One for My Brother puts the blinkers on for Dave Donk. This horse just hasn't shown much running. And it feels like this horse might have a future a little bit further north than Saratoga. In this spot, I thought the 5 Chess Spectacular made a lot of sense. You watch the workout, look at the workout report, seems to be working extremely well. This horse has some back numbers where he's shown some talent. And I think in a race like this, it seems like it's pretty close to the bottom. In terms of the talent of this group, I think any ability, any type of talent is going to help you quite a bit. This horse also been running longer and has finished longer races, so I think we'll also have some stamina. I'd like to think this horse will be aggressively ridden in a scenario in which a little bit of talent, a little bit of stamina, and an aggressive ride, I think is going to be enough to get the 5 Chess Spectacular home and also get Jose a championship at the Belmont meet.
He's thinking anybody but my brother. Anybody but my brother, and One for My Brother. There goes Equalizer. All eyes on number 9. One for My Brother, Arad Ortiz. A victory. We have a tie atop the rider standings. Anyone else wins, Jose Ortiz, 2023 Belmont Spring Summer Champion Jockey. There he is, looking on with the rest of us. Johnny I standing by with the call of the 9th and final at Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off, and it was a slow start for number 9, One for My Brother. A good beginning for Grand again from the inside post. Runaway Road is right there along with Samama Beach. Then Chess Spectacular racing in 4th. Brass Monkey on the outside in 5th. One for My Brother now advances. Down on the inside is Bold Honor. Then Eri Dromos, Equalizer, trails the field in 9th. Grand again is the leader here by a length. And Samama Beach is racing in 2nd with Runaway Road in 3rd. The opening quarter in the slop in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Bold Honor is now making up ground there on the outside. Grand again has stepped away to lead by 3. Bold Honor now moves into 2nd. Samama Beach is back in 3rd. Runaway Road is in 4th. Equalizer gains towards the inside of Chess Spectacular. And then farther back it is Brass Monkey, Eri Dromos, and One for My Brother. The half mile in 45 and 4. It's Grand again and Bold Honor. Bold Honor on the outside and Grand again. It is Bold Honor who has now taken the lead. Grand again. Back running in 2nd. Chess Spectacular is in 3rd. Here is Bold Honor to win the nightcap, the finale of this Belmont Park Spring Summer Meet. Bold Honor takes it. Chess Spectacular up for 2nd. and Grand Again was third.
Kendrick Carmouche wins the race. Jose Ortiz, big smile, wins the title. Jose Ortiz, 2023 Belmont Spring Summer Champion Jockey.
Yeah, congratulations to Jose. Congratulations to Kendrick Carmouche, who just never looked like a loser. This honor code gelding got the job done at 7-2 in your favorite ends of running second. So B over A, and your champion jockey for the meet, Jose Ortiz, and Linda Rice, your champion trainer for the meet. So good working with you today, my friend.
Pleasure as always. Yeah. Paula Duca, Lafitte Pinkai. We'll see you next time at Saratoga. Opening day on Thursday. We'll see you then. Yeah, they'll be lined up over 1 million fans the last few years. Summers at Saratoga, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. 40 days of racing. All gets underway on Thursday. We get started 12:30 Eastern. Featured Schuylerville, future stars of the sport. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage. Day one, opening day, Saratoga. We'll see you there on Thursday.